already. Just setting things up. So there's a new update. Uh, yeah, there's a new update. I definitely would update. I've added the ability to change. Well, the session was there to show delta. You can either show it at the candle, at the bottom, or both. So at the bottom, the candle, both, or none. So that is what I have set for the candles. Now for the settings, I'm not using delta persistence. I'm using aggregated or volume, large volume 100. That's for the 5 minute. I've tick merged it to 4. Um, the imbalance is set to 4 to 3. Volume profile tick merge is set to 4. That might be all right. I need to switch this over to RTH session though. Minimum volume for the level 2 is, I don't have minimum volume for level 2, but these are my settings for this morning. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add some labels here, kind of like for level 2 up here, and then probably main chart, delta persistence. But this is what I have. Let's just go ahead and just switch this over. But as you can see here, the they've been buying a little bit. We're just sitting in a range. Okay, let me just go ahead and update this to RTH. I'm gonna update this to RTH. It's not going to show until it's ready. Actually, I need to come back here and just do show delta. I just want to show that for the bottom. I'm just gonna show the delta for the bottom. So that's a new setting I have for the show delta. It's either bottom candle or both or none. Also an update that I was able, the update is 1.2.1.2.4. And one of the biggest changes is the settings that you just saw for the delta. I think tonight I'm gonna try and get the volume down at the bottom. That should be easy. I mean, I'm already collecting the data. I'm already collecting the data, so it should be easy to do. Let me pour some more coffee. As you can see, the imbalance, those two green bars, that imbalance is being extended out five bars. Uh, Before it was just right at the current bar, and I've just extended it out to 5 bars. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just kind of cut off there. So I don't think we have, yeah, and we have another one right down there, and I think that's about it. But this is a 5 minute. As you can see, we're just in this little consolidation range. I think the news, let me check the news today. U.S. industrial production month over month actual negative -0.5 forecast. Okay, was 0.2%. U.S. initial jobless claims, that's already came out. That was 207K. 835 Fed Williams speaks. Who cares? Down 15 U.S. industrial production month over month. We just went over that. Fed Myron speaks at 10:35. That should not be a market mover unless they say something stupid. Trump roundtable at 7 o'clock. So there's not much going on. I thought the news said that there was more rounds of talks about the ceasefire or the conflict in the Middle East. So I don't see anything on there. That's the thing about this. They don't know. I mean, they know, but they just don't update this stuff, I don't think. Of course, I'm on a delayed feed. What I'm thinking about doing, once this project uh, gets big enough and I get enough support, what I plan on doing is actually getting a Benzinga data feed live for us. That's what I'm thinking about doing, is getting a Benzinga feed live for us. I did it for a stock scanner that I wrote uh, last year. I wrote a stock scanner in Rust that scans stocks like the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Uh, but it was mainly for low float pump and dumps that I used to trade. Oh, the SEC. The SEC changed the requirements for the PDT rule, the pattern day trading rule. It's no longer 25,000 requirement for an account. It's $2,000 requirement for an account. So the SEC has actually changed it. Of course, it's going to. They've given them a year for the brokers to get set up and everything. So these brokers want the money, so they're going to go ahead and get this done quickly. And I'm pretty sure a couple of them have already done it, already had it already done. Let me go to probably the one pro light speed. I used to trade with light speed when I traded the low float pump and dumpers. I don't even think they've got this set up yet. They probably don't even have their site set up. Yeah, I used to trade with Lightspeed. I don't think they have this updated, but it'll probably take a little bit for this to get updated. Let's go over. What are we going to go over? We need to go over the profile. The profile is in current development. Order flow pulse is pretty solid. Uh, there's some more things I want to add, but I'm using it to trade in funded accounts. I'm using it to trade evals and funded accounts. Let's go to both. Let's go to history. Let's just do 15, or we could do 20. Go to 30. We'll merge it to 64 ticks on a row. As you can see here, we've got this support right here with this point of control right here. We've got this area right here. We've got the overnight right up here. The overnight low is right here. I'm not sure what that says, 26,345. I got to give a little bit more padding up top there. But I'm going to redo this window. I don't like how I kind of created a new window, and I don't like how the pricing is or the timeline. Uh, so I'm going to kind of redo this. I'm going to keep the logic of the profile, and I'm going to keep the logic of showing the candles, not showing it, showing the overnight point of control, not showing the overnight highs and lows. Uh, I'm going to keep that, but I'm going to redo. I'm going to keep the options up here, but I'm going to redo uh, how the price, the X and Y axis. X and Y axis, I'm going to change this up on the profile. Uh, that might be this weekend. But that's what I'm looking at. We are at 4010, basically 406. So if we come down here to 26,175 area, that could be support. If we get down there, I mean, this thing, they seems like to me they've been propping this thing up and up and up. So this is where the whole ceasefire thing happened, was right up in here with this big gap. Okay, this big gap right here, and that's all we've been doing is going straight up. And that's not what I expected, but I had to flip my, I thought we would be selling off, but I had to flip my bias. So that's what I've done. And today we got a little wick up here on the current. Let's see, let's look at the RTH. This is just the electronic trading session. So far, we've got this little area right here. We're putting up a little uh, wick up top right there. Let's go to RTH. Let's see what it was like yesterday. Let's go to 15 minute or 5 minute maybe. That is the real-time trading session right there. Yesterday, kind of went straight up. Day before, straight up. Day before that, straight up. So, yeah, that is what I have, and we're in a 5 minute. This is a 5 minute. We are consolidating. This right here, the main chart we're going to be looking at today. This is a 48 range bar. Now, I know some people. Yesterday, I was trading a 500 tick chart. I was trading a 500 tick chart on the NQ. Boy, that was a fiasco yesterday morning. If you were around, I freaking got tilted on Bull Knox. They just. All right, I'll go over that. My settings on this range bar. The delta surge is set to 100. I'm showing the delta surge. I'm not showing the profile because I have it on the 5 now. I'm showing the price line. Delta surge set to 100. The stack level is set to 3. Price ticks is set to 2. It has to tick up in order to be a valid signal. It cannot tick up or tick down. That's invalid. Range bars is 48. Normally I have 40. A couple of years ago, I was trading 32 range bars, but since we are in the environment that we're in, I am trading a 48 range bar. Okay, a 1 minute. You can trade 1 minute if you want. I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is I'm going to be trading Astro Fund. Astro Fund broker. I'm going to be trading tomorrow. I'm kind of testing them out to see what they're like. They're not evals. It's just basically a straight to funded, no subscription. Um, it, I'll have to go over it a little bit later. What time is it? We got 4 minutes. Okay, so range bars is 48. That's just because of the environment we're in. The aggregated volume for the bubbles to show, it's aggregated. It's not one order, it's aggregated. And if you've been around for a while, the bubbles will show you the largest one order trade and also the aggregated down at the bottom. Large volume is set to 1. Tick merge is set to, large volume is set to 100. Tick margin is set to 1, and balance is set to 4. It needs to be 4 times more buyers than sellers, and the levels I have set to 3. Volume profile tick merge is set to 6, but I'm not showing the volume profile tick merge. Minimum volume, this is for level 2. I'm not going to be doing any level 2 today. But that is what we have today. Okay, as you can see, we're just trading in this range. I'm trading the micros because I need to know what the market's going to be doing today. But I'm trading a handful of micros, scale in, scale out. But on the charts, you'll see on the charts, uh, I've only got 3 more evals, and then I've only got 1 funded account activated. I need to activate another one, have 2 of them. Because what I like to do is rotate them. Like if I make a little bit of money on a funded account, I'll rotate to another one, um, and kind of grind them up together. So I am looking at NQ. Even if you will execute micros, you need to be looking at the minis. You really need to be looking at NQ. And if you have another window set up and you're trading, uh, like right here, you got the order flow bar entry window right here. You can have this off to the side and just put MNQ down there, okay, and then you can enable the hotkeys. I definitely enable the hotkeys, especially when I'm trading range bars, and you'll see why. We got 2 minutes, okay. Also, you need to make sure you have rhythmic up, okay. Please have rhythmic trader up, okay. Have have rhythmic trader up, okay. Have your positions open because you do not want to. I did not have that open yesterday, and for some reason, when I tried to mark it in means mark it in, get me in. I don't care if there's slippage, I want in. Um, and it said submitted, and it wouldn't fill me. Then it finally got filled, and then it wouldn't let me take profits, and then it wouldn't let me flatten the trade. I tried to hit flat a whole bunch of times. I finally got into Rhythmic Trader Pro because I didn't have it up. And yesterday, I didn't have it up. And then I was finally able to close it for a $9 profit. That was ridiculous. But then later, yesterday night, I looked at the executions and I was hitting the flat, 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 flat. And every time I hit the Bullnox actually charged me commissions on that crap. I don't know what the heck happened yesterday, but it was just a whack job yesterday. All right, the market is open. Um, Market is open. Let the market settle down for the first 5 minutes. Okay, there's no need to be doing anything first 5 minutes. Just let it settle down. Okay, let the market settle down first 5 minutes. That yellow line is the moving average. That's the order flow bar moving average. Let me close my office. Oh, I gotta close my office door. Okay, this is what we're looking at. The blue violets are the stacked imbalances. Okay, as you can see right here, the stacked imbalances right here. The delta surges are going to be these little green dots or a purple dot right there that shows, and then I'll say negative 100 for a delta surge. Um, this market's really selling off, ain't it? Is it finally going to crap the bed for us? Of course, they could run this crap right back up like they've been doing. Let the market settle down first 5 minutes. There's no reason to be taking trades. What I'm looking for a trade, what I'm looking for, this is what I'm looking for. Something kind of like this right here. You have a nice red bar, you've got stacked and balanced, and the delta is above, is pretty high. I would say above 75. Okay. And then you want to go ahead and get in, and then maybe you can get yourself about $400 on that trade. It, the first 5 minutes is really hard to trade because it kind of whips up and down sometimes. You can trade the open and drive if you want. I've traded the open and drive before on the ES. I usually trade the open and drive. Did that a couple weeks ago on stream. But this is order flow bars pulse live trading the NQ. I've got my order entry. Hotkey trading on this. I have chart trader disabled. The CT, the chart trader is disabled, so is the hotkey on the chart. Uh, Hopefully, we don't get any fiascos with Bull Knox, but I am ready if we do. I got my rhythmic trader window open, and I am ready for their little BS crap. All right, I got in a slight little scalp. I'm letting the market settle down. Um, just to give me a little bit of breathing room. The reason I got in is because we're selling off. Okay, we had um, we had 60 delta. We had 60 delta on this. You had a sell and bounce right there with 60 delta. Okay, you had a sell and bounce with 60 delta, and we closed above it. That's absorption for the sellers. So I just let them sell off. Okay, we have absorption for the sellers. Sell and bounce was 60. We closed above it. You see right there. And then I waited until we closed above this line, until we closed above the moving average. It's still sloping down. It's a very risky trade. But as soon as we broke that high, I get in, and then I kind of get myself like about 5 points, just a little starter, just a little starter, real quick, just a real quick position. That's why I used the hotkeys, because what I did was I got in here as soon as it came up here. I moved to a break even. It broke that buy and balance area right there, so I just cut it, and we came back here, and then we started breaking in and got back in again. It was just a couple trades for about 5 points. Just those are just real quick trades, okay? Uh, Nothing that you can really take right now. We got a buy and balance of 108 on the previous bars right there, but we're kind of flatlining. When this moving average is flatlining, okay, for one, if you're new, this is a 5 minute right here. This is a 5 minute. Look where we're at. First 5 minute green. Next 5 minutes, we're down big on red. We got a sell and bounce up in here. We're at where's the RTH? Show delta for bottom and click apply. I gotta pay attention to the market. NQM6. Let me check to make sure this is in line. Nope. All right. All right, let me pay attention. Let the market settle down. This is okay. This is actually okay. The market, we're below the 5 minute moving average. This is kind of like what I'm looking for. But this is kind of like we're in a balance area right now. But you see the sell and balance with that 240 negative delta. That's what I'm kind of looking for to get some quick trades to the downside. But right now, we need to let the market settle down. Okay, we need to let the market settle down. Okay. I took some quick longs up in here just real quick. We're breaking right here at 150 delta, negative 180, 200 delta. Okay, we're starting to break down. Am I going to take a trade? No, I need to let the market. It's 9:37. Let's settle down. Let's see what's happening. Because this is what happened yesterday. Okay, you've got some big green candle, then you got a big red candle, and then look at this big, huge wick right here. Okay, there's a big, huge wick right here. I don't need, I don't like that. Okay, on a 5 minute, let's just wait until it settles down. Now, you're not going to be able to follow me because you got 3 to 5 second delay. This thing travels so stinking fast, you really cannot follow me. Like you got that 155 with that volume bound. So if you get in, okay, if you get in, I really gotta. All right, I'm out. Um, there's a reason why I did this. Okay, all right. It's a counter trend trade. We are right up. You see how we're right up against the 5 minute moving average. You got to be extremely quick with your trades. Okay, it's a counter trend trade. The range bar, the moving average on range bar is conflicting with the 5 minute. The 5 minute is still telling me, hey, we're looking to sell off. But what I saw, this is what I saw, a buy and balance with 155 delta. The moving average on the range bar is moving up. So I got in here, saw the weakness, just cut the trade a little bit. So I built myself another a little bit more of a buffer. Okay. Plus, I thought we would break out of this consolidation area because we were 155 delta with the buy and balance. Moving average was moving up. I was thinking we're going to break out of this. And as soon as the delta wasn't climbing after the 155 and the 238, and we started moving back down, I just got out. You got to be extremely quick with your scalps. This is how I passed all the evals and got a handful of funded accounts, is doing exactly like this. Okay. Exactly like that. Buy and balance, delta over 75. It's 155. When you break that high right there, you just do Shift B to buy for a hotkey. Soon as it moved up here green and we open that candle, I moved to a break even immediately, and then I'll try to get a runner. Okay. That's how I do it. I really don't want to do it on this one. This is this is like a triple buy and balance area, 134. We got a delta surge of 101. I need to do videos of this, but we're right here in the middle of the consolidation. Is it strong? Yeah. Okay, but I've already built myself a buffer a little bit, and this is right here in the middle. Okay. Could we come way up here? Sure. Could I miss a trade? Yes. Do I care? No. Why? Because there's another trade right around the corner. Okay. We got this 150, 169. I don't want to take that because we've already sold off again. Let's just break this range. Okay. Let's just break this range. I tried it here. Okay. I tried it here and we ran down. Am I going to try it again? No. Okay. We've already tried it once. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute moving average look at this 5 minute. This is horrendous. Okay. Look at that. Just consolidation up, down. We're still below the, the moving average right there. The moving average, that moving average, I'll tell you what that moving average is here. That moving average is, oh, see what I'm talking about? This is why I didn't want to do it, but at least we got ourselves a break. Um, it's 940. Let me just wait until the market get some direction here because what I do not like, this is what I do not like. We got some huge wicks on these 5 minutes. Okay. You've got 103 buyers, aggregated volume. You've got big, huge wick. You've got a big, huge wick right here. You got a current wick that could be filled out. This I do not like. That's a chart has to be sexy. Okay, just think of it as a chart has to be sexy. It has to have some nice flow to it. I would not buy that 106 with a positive with a buy and balance of 106 delta because right now we were below the moving average. Plus, you got all of that selling right up in here. If I switch this over, let me switch this over to 5. Okay, we're still like that. Let me switch this over. Let's see what this is going to look like if I switch this to a 4. Okay, that might be a little bit too much. Maybe 5 and 3. Let's try 5 and 3 today. 5 times more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers on 3 levels, 3 tick levels, like quarter, half, 3/4, because NQ travels in quarters. Um, I don't think I have this tick merged. No, tick merged on the range bar is kind of not needed. Um, we got we got a buy and balance, but where's the positive delta? It was -8 delta. There's a little divergence there. But we're right here in the middle of the range. And look at the 5 minute. 5 minute, we're below the moving average. As a new trader, if you want to stay safe, the best thing you can do, trade less and make more. When we are above the moving average on a 5 minute and it's sloping upwards, go to your range bar, your 40 range bar, or your 48, like I'm using today, and only take trades to the upside. I'm going to be adding in the VWAP. I'm going to be adding in the VWAP. I can't do this one. This one, okay, this would be a valid trade. Really good. 144 positive delta with the buy and balance. We didn't break it. We're trading up here. That would be a valid signal, would be a valid signal if the 5 minute was like sloping upwards like this. Okay. If it was sloping upwards like this, that would be awesome. But it's not. So what do? I sit on my stinking hands. You got some absorption up here. You see that buy in balance right there? They got absorbed. That buy in balance right up there got absorbed. I had like a little shooting star on the 48 range bar. Some people take these trades to the downside, get themselves about 15 points real quick. That's valid. It's totally valid. Um, totally valid. But you got to understand where your stop's at. Where do I place my stops? If I got into there, where do I place my stop? Up here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a trade down here. As soon as we get that selling balance, we start trading above it, I'm out for 10 points. But I'm not taking it because we're right in the middle of a range. Look at this range. I don't like this. You see this? I mean, that's a pretty big range of about 40 points. But I just don't like it. I got to be picky about my trades. Okay, I got to be picky about my trades. I got to fix that because this is show delta. I only wanted to go to candle, but for some reason it's defaulting to both. I got to fix that. I got to fix that. I mean, I'm trading this, and I'm trading this with with a funded account, so I'm able to use order flow pulse with a funded account. Okay, I know if I can do it, you can do it. Uh, is this add-on perfect? No. Is it good enough to make money and use the data? Absolutely. So this 5 minute, the wick's right here. We got a wick down at the bottom. We're pushing back up. We need to close. If you want to take longs today, we need to close above this moving average and have that moving average start sloping upwards a little bit. If not, and we keep trading like this, we're just gonna be. It's just gonna be a balanced day today, to be quite honest. It could just be a balanced day. We have no idea. So this is my Ninja Trader 8 add-on. I've been a software engineer for 15 years, so I've decided to start building my own order flow trading add-on for Ninja Trader 8. Uh, man, I just can't take this stuff because we're in the middle of a stinking range. I want to break out. I need a break, man. Give me a break. Like NQ needs to shit the bed or something. If you're gonna sell, just shit the bed and let's get it over. And if the Uncle Sam slush fund is keep rolling in and you want to move this thing up, do what you've been doing. It's 9:50, still early, still early. I try to make my money the first 2 3 hours, and then I kind of move on uh, and close out the execution box. Uh, yeah, we're not really doing very much. We're just sitting in this stupid range. See, this is a valid trade to be taking, but the problem is you're counter trend trading because the 5 minute, the moving average sloping downwards. We're not really good on the 5 minute. But this right here, you got all this buy and bounce right here. You see those green bars? Those are buy and bounces. You see that little green dot right there? That's a delta surge. So we had 139 delta surge of 101. Sometimes when you trade down here, you open up and you trade down here, you can enter the trade right here, or you can just wait until you break it right here, and you can come on up here. And once you get that wick and you start breaking this area right here, you just get out for 10 points, man. This is how this trades like this right here is exactly how I got 5 funded accounts with bull knots. Trades like this. But I waited for the 5-minute moving average to be sloping upwards, and I waited for a 5-minute green candle to be moving up. This is exactly how it was done. And it was done on range bars. I know some people don't like range bars, and guess what? You don't have to trade them. You can go to a 1 minute if you want, 30-second if you want. We got sell and bounce 198 negative delta. We're moving down a little bit. I just don't like it because we're at the bottom of the range. And I'm seeing a lack of participation. I mean, think about this. Look here on the 5 minute. We had 103 buy aggregated volume. That's it. That's all we stinking had. Okay. I'm seeing a lack of participation. And it could be because Iran and the US is talking today. I don't know. At least that's what Financial Juice said a couple of days ago. We got 170 delta, but it ain't really moving. If you want, let's bring up a pulse. Let's bring up a live pulse. Okay. We got 287 negative delta. Yeah. So buy and balance. We broke that. We came right up here. We tested up buy and balance, and now we're selling off. You could have taken this one. I didn't like it because we're right at the bottom of the range, but we finally broke it, which is nice. So now are we selling off today? Got 144 positive delta. You got to be careful about what you're going to be doing because this thing can easily rip up against you. Um, we got a live pulse. I'm doing minimum resting orders of 10. That's fine. Overnight. I knew I screwed up. Make sure your session is RTH, folks, in order to get the bubbles. I know I screwed up. That was a screw up on my on my part. Make sure that it's RTH. Um, that was a screw up on my part. That was a screw up on my part. We had another one right here, 199 negative delta with a cell imbalance. You can come up here as soon as you get down here, and as soon as you get down here, and you've got yourself like 8, 10 points. You really need to take some and just move to a break even, try to get a runner. I was wondering why I was not seeing the bubbles on the range chart and only seeing it on the 5 minute, but the 5 minute has RTH, and the range bar chart right here did not have RTH for the session. So I kind of screwed up on that when I set this up. Oh, see what I'm talking about? Easily come back up on you. Looks like we're trying to bounce off the moving average. Uh, might not. Got 125 buyers on that 5 minute. They could get caught if we close below it. They're holding off. They're definitely holding off. Got all them sellers up top though. So you got the 5 minute, got 125 buyers down there at the bottom. They're trying to hold it off. You've got some selling balances on the previous range bars. 67, 100 and some buyers. You got 235 positive delta. You got the sellers trying to step in. We're bouncing off the moving average on the range bar. Got 121 buyers on a 5 minute. If we can break that 234 with that double buy and bounce, that will be good. We might not be able to, though. Yeah, 125 buyers down at the bottom. You had 121 buyers on the previous 5 minutes. So you got large buyers on the previous 5 minute. They're trying to hold it off, the selling. You got buy and balance, but negative 30 delta. It's a little divergence up there. This delta really needs to start picking up on the range bar. Delta really needs to start picking up, man. Come on. Got sell and balance right there. There's a nice little battle right here. You got 125 buyers, 121 buyers. Up top, you got 162 sellers up in there. Looks like the 5 minute is just trying to break this consolidation area. The 5 minute is kind of ugly, to be quite honest. I mean, it's nothing to be proud about. This is just really, come on, man. This is just negative 125 delta on the current 5 minute, positive 700 delta. You got 1800 negative delta on that other big red bar. I mean, this is just not good. They need to really break through. We got 175 delta on the range bar. Come on, man. Do something. We're sloping up on the moving average. If we can break that 234, I can't take my finger off the. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. If you can really break them bad boys, there we go. All right. This right here, moving average sloping upwards. We've got a nice green bar on the 5 minute. Come on, man. But we're really, I'd be moving to a break even to see if you can really get something. Uh, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. They are going to be pushing this back down. If we get up here, you see all this volume right up in here, all this volume where we're at. Point of control is up here. If we can get through this low volume area right up in here, that would be good. We can get through that low volume area right there. Um, so we have this 108 and we have this sell right here, that sell imbalance, and you can get in right there. But I mean, we were breaking this area right here on a green 5 minute candle. You got to be careful. As soon as we get up here around 350, you're up here at where that moving average is. Right here on the 5 minute, right here on the 5 minute, we get up there, you could run into resistance. You got 148. You got 148 positive delta with the buy and balance that's giving you confirmation to stay in the trade. Okay. Actually, you could add to the position. Here's the thing. I tried it here. I got stopped out. Tried it here. Took some profits. You move to a break even down here and you try to ride it up. Okay. This right here is telling you you can go in again. If you got in here, your cost average will be roughly right around here. And then as soon as you start seeing that sell and balance right there, oh, come on, stop, stop, stop. When you start seeing that sell and balance, when we start trading below here, you can probably just go ahead and just sell half. You want to add to your winners and cut your losers, okay? You need to add to your winners and cut your losers. That is how I got my funded accounts because of that. All right, we're right up against the moving average on the 5 minute right there, right up against the moving average. When you double click onto the chart, it just recenters. When you double click onto the chart, it just recenters. All right, if we get a close above this 5 minute moving average, that would be a good sign if you're a bull. But you got to think, is this just kind of relief rally of the sell off we had this morning? Is it going to be because we had a nice sell off? Is this just a bounce and then a break of this low to move back down? That's the kind of stuff you need to think about. So if you got into that trade right there, okay, if you got into this trade right here, okay, and then let's say you added to the position because you saw 148 positive delta with a buy and balance, and you broke that, and you're in here, your cost average is right here because you added to the position. You really need to start taking some profits up in here, okay? Because once we start breaking that low right there, we could come back down to the moving average. This moving average is Heikin-Ashi data. smoothed out with a 9 exponential moving average. It's nothing special. Uh, it's something I read some papers on high frequency trading from institutions, and that's all that is. Okay, so we're kind of flat. We didn't close above the 5 minute moving average. Okay, we did not close above it. We got a double buy and bounce right there with 55 delta off of the moving average. Got a little pullback right here. I mean, 55. It feels like 100. That'd be really nice. If it was 100, that'd be really nice to come up here and try to get yourself 10 points. Uh, I know some people don't are like, 10 points ain't very much. Well, okay, do that 5 times. You got yourself $1,000. Let's say you do that eight times in 2 or 3 hours. You got yourself building up an account. You got some absorption up here. You had buyers up here. You had a delta surge of 125, delta right there. The buy and bounce right there. It got absorbed. This is what the market likes to do. It likes to run up and then balance around and auction around. Okay. Could it run back down? Sure. Can it run up more? Yes. Right now, it just seems like it found value to the upside, and we're gonna kind of bounce around. Kind of like what we could do in the 5 minute, found value to the downside. We could bounce around in this area for the next half hour. We don't know. We got about 4 minutes, and if we close above this moving average, that's pretty good. Then you want to be only taking signals like that, like this 148 right here with the buy and balance. Okay. If we close above the 5 minute moving average, you start taking signals like this and get yourself some quick scalps. You're not looking for a whole move. You're not looking for a home run. Okay. What you're looking for is to be consistent and getting quick scalps, 10, 15, 20 points. Leave a runner. Try to see if that runner can get you the home run. That's what I did about a month ago with the short that I had. Boy, that's pretty nice. Um, we're right up here at the point of control, folks. We're right here at the point of control. Got 103 buy contracts that came in, but they're getting absorbed on the 5 minute. They're getting absorbed on the 5 minute. We're coming down here. We broke this area right here. We're coming down to this buy and bounce by the moving average. Um, got about 2 minutes for the 5 minute close above this moving average, which could be good. Got to be careful trying to buy the bounces off of that moving average because you saw that big delta of 191 on that range bar, and look at this area right here at 360 area, right up in here. You got big sellers coming in. Um, we're putting a wick on the current 5 minute, which is not good. You got those 103 buyers up there on that current 5 minute that got absorbed. Why? Let's just do 75 on this. You got those 103 buyers on current on the previous 5 minute that got absorbed right there at the point of control. We closed below the this moving average right here. We closed below that moving average, and it's flatlining. That's telling me the 5 minute is flatline. The range bar moving average is flatline. That's telling me do not go long or short. Uh, you just gotta wait, see which way the market wants to go. What I don't like is those 103 got absorbed up in there. That 103 got absorbed. That's what I don't like. Okay. Are you going to be looking to sell off? What are you going to be doing? 240 negative delta. 240 negative delta on the previous range bar. 152 negative delta. Previous range bar. Uh, Looks like that 5 minute is just a, we got about 70 sitting on the bid at 322. That buy and balance got absorbed. We're coming down to 121 on that 5 minute. 121 buyers down there. Are they going to step into the market again? Is the question. At 125 on this 5 minute right here, that 125 right there, and that 121, they're the ones that push this up more than likely. Are they going to step back in? We have no idea. We got a buy and balance, but a negative 35. We got a little divergence right there. Some people play those divergences to the scalps to the upside. Some people play those divergences to the scalps to the upside. That's a little leery, to be quite honest, but you can do it. Mother effer. Um, that's a little leery. You could do it. You could do it. If you're trying to go long, you're counter trend trading. You got a 5 minute red candle. You got the moving average on 5 minutes sloping down uh, the main chart, the main range bar, moving average sloping down. You are counter trend trading if you're trying to go long. Hey, we got a free license key. I got a free license key for you if you want to use it. It's good till Friday, the Sunday when the market opens back up, that free license key is not gonna be there. So we got 45 sitting on the offer at 330, about 50 sitting on the offer at 330. Are we gonna break? What are we gonna do, boys? What you gonna do? You got to think the previous 5 minute had a negative 200 delta. You see this? This bearish engulfing candle had negative 200 delta. Hmm. That's not pretty big considering the other ones, the past 10 minutes prior to that was like 1,000 positive delta. Alrighty. Maybe we'll do that. Well, at least Bulldogs is not trying to screw me over. They know I got Rhythmic Trader Pro open. Know I can close the positions if they try to stick me. We got a sell and balance, or is that going to get absorbed? No, it's going to trade right into it. It needs to close though. Yep, got taken away. We got a couple buy and balances down here. We got a couple buy and balances down in here. You can use that for support if you want to. You can use that as support, but we start breaking them, you got to get out. Like I said, you got to get out if you're breaking them. We're just going to consolidate, ain't we? We're just going to sit here and friggin' consolidate, ain't we? You got a lot of positive delta in this area where we're at. That's the problem. You're looking to sell off. 127 came in. Are they going to get caught? Is the problem. Are they going to get caught on the wrong side? Got 127 sell order that came in. Looks like they're getting absorbed. We're starting to trade above it. Still below the 5-minute moving average. You did it to me again. You did it to me again, you mother effer. Oh my God. They just won't give me a stinking break, will you, Bull Knox? This time I had Rhythmic Trader Pro open and I was lucky. You frickin' these hotkeys are being executed right within Ninja Trader. I'm using their backing. Uh, this is just such horrendous BS with these prop firms. This is such horrendous BS with these prop firms. Trying to hyper scalp with a fake prop firm that works against you is extremely difficult. We're just sitting here consolidating. On a 5-minute, we're just bouncing around, folks. We're just stinking bouncing around. We closed above the 5-minute. We got 127 sellers on a 5-minute, 127 sellers. If they start taking heat, they're going to capitulate more than likely. If they start taking some heat, they're gonna get out. But the problem is, I mean, look at this 5 minute. We're just sitting here, not doing very much. We're just sitting here, not doing very much. 780 positive delta in the previous 5 minute. You had 127 sellers in there. You've got, we've closed above the moving average, the order flow bar moving average. We closed above it. Uh, you got 146 right there. You got a buy in balance. I mean, this is a rough day, and it's been like this for a while with this Iran crap going on in the Middle East. This has been rough, folks. I mean, look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute we've just sold off. We ran up, and we're just sitting here consolidating. This has been rough. I got in here, took a little bit of heat, and then we got out here, and then we popped up here. So I sold some, and then I moved to a break even. Then we were starting to move back down, so I just flattened the trade because we closed above the 5 minute. We closed above the moving average on the 5 minute. We got 127 sellers that got absorbed, and we closed above it. 5 minute moving average flatlining. That's just telling you don't go long or short, but I do try to take some scalps. I had a really nice winner right up in here. I had a really nice winner, okay, right up in here with this 185, and then came up here. Bull Knox would not let me close out. So by the time I got to Rhythmic and hit the closeout button, I was just flat on the trade break even. They screwed me again. Second day in a row. Can't believe this. This is just horrendous with this fake prop firms. I have not had problems like that in a live account. I've traded with Daniel Trade. I've been trading NQ for 10 years. I've traded with Daniel's Trading. That was really good company. I've traded with Iron Beam. They're pretty decent. Uh, their platform is eh. You got 175 positive delta right there. That 231 negative delta, that's not a micro pullback. In my opinion, this right here, this is a micro pullback, but this right here is not a micro pullback because you got 231 delta. Okay, that's just not a micro pullback. Then this bullish engulfing candle right here on that range bar is basically delta neutral. This 175 right here is nice. It would have been nicer if you had a stacked buy and balance right here. Then you can get in and try to go for a run. I trade stacked buy and balances. That's what I like to do is I like to trade stacked buy and balances. Got 164 right there. Right here at the point of control. There's no reason to go long or short, to be quite honest. There is no reason to go long or short. you've got all this volume up in here, okay? All this volume up in here. Got some big negative delta, okay, up in this area. You have some big negative delta right here. You know, could we come back down to this area? Sure. I don't know. I have, I mean, are these talks going on with the U.S. and Iran? Financial Juice said they were today. I don't know. Financial Juice said that they were talking. I don't know what the heck they're doing. I just might have to go to a 2 minute, 2 minute, just lower my size and just go to a 2 minute. Got some big volume 45 sitting on the offers at 390, 392. They're sitting on the offer, getting ready to break this area. What are we getting ready to do? We're trading above the point of control. This is 435. Boy, that got consumed real quick. At 392, you got about 55 sitting on the offer up there. They got consumed a little bit. 435 positive delta on this little range bar right here. $60 sitting on the offer at 392. I mean, you got 435 positive delta with some buying balances, and we're down in this area. That's just absorption to me. So you got a free license that goes until Friday close. And if you want to support the project, that'll be much appreciated. Um, some people are going to take this and do very well. I'm going to start looking into refactoring the live pulse, this heat map stuff right here. I'm going to look into, let me actually bump the resting orders up to 20 maybe. See what that looks like. Just go ahead and clear this out. About 36 sitting on the bid of 355. About the largest one we got. Maybe 20 is a little too much. Maybe 20 is a little too much. We'll go to 15 maybe. Clear that out. We got some selling, 128 selling right there. We're moving up. We're sloping upwards on a 5 minutes. This is where it contradicts itself again. 5 minute is sloping upwards. You got 128. You see this range bar right here, 128. That is just with the delta surge going down. With the 5 minutes sloping upwards, you don't know if this is going to be a micro pullback and then a run back up, and all this gets outdone. This is where you sit on your hands and you just sit here and wait. We're right there around where all this volume is on the point of control. Got about 30 sitting on the bids at 360. $10.42. Ain't nothing going on. I just might switch to a 2 minute chart, to be quite honest. We got a 5 minute right there. It's really hard for me to switch from a range bar because that's how I passed these handful of funded accounts, and those used to be like $500,000 days. I mean, really hard for me to switch because of the environment we're in. It's just that my strategy just is not all that conducive to this type of environment. Um, yeah, about 40 sitting on a bed at 365. Oh man, come on. What you gonna do? You got that. There we go. You got some offers at 387. You got some offers at 392. Are they going for them? Are they going to go for them? Are you going to get smacked down again? You got about 40 sitting on the offer at 387. They might get smacker. It'll get a little smacker down again. What you got? What you got there, boys? Are you going to get filled? You got some filling going on. There's some filling going on right there. You going up there 392 and get them 50 at 392, 50 offers at 392. Are you going to go get them at 392? Because that's where you got your ass smacked down. Was at 392. You got 50 on the offer at 392. That's just where I see right up in here is where they got the little ass smacked right here. Okay. That's where the buyers got a little smacked down. Come on, man. What you gonna do today? They are not. You're not gonna go up there and test it, but they yanked it. 392's got yanked. Now they're at 30 at 390. Not very much. See, look at that. You see how the heat map was kind of dark, and this is kind of passing like it's kind of light right here. We got 50 sitting on the bed at 372. So, what are we going to do here? We got 203. We got 203 on a buy and bounce. We got 80 delta. The delta needs to start climbing, folks. The delta needs to start climbing. We cannot get consumed in this area and get a smackdown again. We cannot get consumed and get a smackdown. We got 203 with a buy and balance that just got traded right through. That is not good. Or are we? Nope. They're getting. We got 70 sitting on the offer at 400. We got 70 sitting on the offer at 400. 70 offers 400. 70 offers at 400. 70 offers at 400. 70 offers at 400. We got 170. Uh, I'm out. I am not. I'm not playing with that. I'm not playing with that. You guys can go for it if you want. This is pretty nice right up in here. I just don't like this right up in here. That is actually a good one. Actually, I'm in. Yeah, I'm going to get in. This is not. We're coming back down to the 200 where that buy imbalance is. Boom, we're coming back down at 200. I just did not like that. I didn't like it, but you might like it. We got about 60, and we got the moving average sloping upwards. You got 128 buys right up in there on the 5 minute. Uh, at 395, you had that buy imbalance with the 200 surge in the delta right there. That was actually pretty decent. We're just sitting here, ain't we? Are we going to keep climbing at 142 negative delta? Whoops, what am I doing? That's the wrong keyboard command. Thought I was back to scalping the low floaters. Um, that muscle memory is that muscle memory is hard to get out of. Okay, we're bouncing off the buy and balance of that 200 positive delta. If we actually break that area, that's not going to be good. If we break that area, that's not going to be good. It needs to still be climbing there, folks. It still needs to climb. We're getting consumed a little bit. We got 395 sitting on the bid, 30 at 395 sitting on the bid. We've got they start losing this area. Alrighty, I just had to get out. So we had this area right here. Okay, I tried to get in. I just didn't like it when I saw all of that sitting on the offer. But hey, if you guys got in, fantastic, because you got yourself a nice little run. If I can get up there, you got yourself a nice little run, about 20 points. What I did is I got in here and took a run, and we started coming back down and got out up in here. So I got myself like 10 points. Okay, no big deal. And then when we came back down, I sold some right up in here. I got in here. The play was right here, okay, because you're sloping up on the 5 minute moving average. On the range bar, it's sloping up. These are the type of plays that of how I passed all these evals. You get in here, and then once you start seeing this weakness up in here, you just kind of get out. And then we came back down to where this buy and balance was. I saw them holding. So once we started breaking uh, this again on this bar, that's when I added to the trade. I took half off here. I added to the trade, and then I just cut it again when we were right back up here. This was very difficult to play because I was looking at the level 2. We got 50 sitting up there at 420. This is how I passed all these evals. But this market is really hard to trade, man, with all this stuff going on. We got 60 sitting on the offer up there at 420. But this is how I passed. This one you probably would have gotten. This happened so fast I couldn't even get in on that, and then we just slammed down. Uh, a break of this right here, the moving average is moving upwards, okay? As you can see, it's sloping upwards. We came down to this area right here. Once you break this area right here, you can get in, but you had major resistance on the heat map. That's why I did not get in. We had major resistance, okay? Maybe you could do a starter position, but once we started breaking this area, that's when I got in. I sold some up in here because there was some weakness. When we came back down here and we were holding this, I took a little heat because my entry was right here, but I knew if we break this, I got to get out. We didn't. We held it. We started breaking it on this candle. So I added to the position. After I've already taken half off here, I added to the position, and then I sold the rest up in here. Just flattened it out here. I hope this makes sense. Should have recorded that. That would have been a good one, but oh well. Yeah, 128 buyers on the previous 5 minute. Uh, Look at the 5 minute right here. You've got these buyers right up in here. Okay. You can use that as support. You got all this good delta, good positive delta right there. Okay. Above the point of control. Okay. You can use that as support. 128, 103, 103. We've got 150 delta coming down. That's see, I don't like them pullbacks like that. It closed below the moving average on the range bar at 227 negative delta. I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch that. You can if you want. I ain't touching it. Plays like this one. Plays like this one. That 203 with that positive delta. With that stacked and balanced area right here, and then right here you had a double stacked and balanced area. It traded through the first one, it bounced off the second one with 200 positive delta. That is a go sign right there with the break of that candle or that 42 range bar. Boom, that is a go signal. 42 or 48. 48 range bar right here. 48 range bar. That these setups right here, that is how I would scalp some off and then leave a runner because I'm trading micros because the market conditions we're in. Um, I was trading minis before all this conflict stuff happened, and I would just go ahead and get in, peel some off, move to a break even, and get the runners, and the runners would be passing the evals. But I believe in capital preservation. That's why when you get the break and you get green, get like 10, 15 points, that's when I usually sell half and move to a break even. Just because I've been trading for 10 years and I traded before micros came out. So my mindset is just capital preservation. That is the first thing I think about is protecting my capital. Okay. I don't care if I'm trading evals. I don't care if I'm trading funded accounts. It's just I can't get out of that mindset because I traded with my own personal money. And of course, I blew up a few accounts, $2,000, $3,000 per account. I blew up a few of them, after about $6,000, $8,000 hit in the bank account. You kind of have to understand, like, wait a minute, maybe I need to figure this crap out. Now you got all these prop firms, which is pretty nice. You know, that's pretty nice now. Yeah, see, I don't like that 227 negative delta coming down. That's a little too much for me. That's not a micro pullback. Uh, so the free license key is good till Friday. It's going to go away. Uh, So if you want to get in on the founder's price and help out with the project, if you want to get in $95 for a whole year, that's like $8 a month. I mean, $95 one good trade and you're good. I mean, if this helps you pass a eval and get a payout on a funded, it's well worth it. Uh, Negative 300 delta that's climbing on the current 5 minute. I just don't like that. We could come back down and bounce off the point of control. We're kind of rolling over on the range bar moving average. On the 5 minute, we're sloping upwards on the 5 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute, okay? 5 minute ran down, ran up here, consolidated a little bit, found value to the upside. Are we going to consolidate in this area and then run up? I have no idea. But what I do know is that the 5 minute is sloping upwards, and that's telling me 5 minute moving average sloping upwards. That's a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a non-exponential moving average. Okay, we had we had a little run up here. You had a little spinning top candle, I guess, and we had 202 positive delta on that. That's pretty good. I mean, you could actually get on the break of that right there, and get yourself about 20 points if you want to play the 5 minute. I got a video out there on my channel. It's called the 2 minute sweet spot. That thing is awesome. I just like hyper scalping like this because, well, we're right here in the range. I can't be taking any trades right here. We're right here in the stinking range. Okay, we're right here in the range. Man, that looks so tempting at 200 positive delta on the range bar with the yeah. That looks tempting, but I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Look at the heat map. There's nothing up here. No support, no resistance. I don't even know what the hell's going on. I mean, look at the heat map. We don't, yeah, see. I mean, look at the heat map. We ain't got nothing. We got 30 on the offer at 398. Okay, they got filled and they're getting filled. Okay, we're flatlining. We're starting to flatline on this moving average. We're starting to flatline. That's telling me to stay the heck away. That's telling me to stay away. Stay away. This move right here, you could entered right here. I entered because, well, for one, we were up here and we got smacked down. And I saw the big, huge 70 offers on the books right up in here. But look at the moving average right here. Okay, look at the moving average. It's sloping upwards. These are the kind of trades you want to be taking. Okay, stuff like this to get yourself 20 points. Are you going to catch the bottom down here and catch the top and make 50 points? Well, uh, later tonight, there's going to be some gurus that tell you that they did, and they're going to be selling you a $500 course. And they're going to be showing you their Lamborghini, their Airbnb house, or whatever. Uh, I'm not that good. I'm not a hindsight trader that is that good, that blows 8 evals and shows you one that were made thousands. I'm not that good, but I'm good at base hits and getting part of the move. You're only looking for a piece of the pie. You're not looking for home runs. Do you need to buy data? No, you don't need to buy data. The level two, if you want level two, you want a heat map and you want level two, like the live pulse here. Yeah, you'll have to buy level two data. But your broker, if you go with Bullnox or Apex or one of these other firms, you get level one data. This right here, uh, this right here, this 5 minute, boom, the bubbles right here, level one data. Okay, all this is just level one data. This is just your basic data you get from buying an eval. This right here, same thing. You don't need level two data in a heat map. Okay, you just don't need it. Okay, this right here, you just don't need it. Actually, if I didn't have this on, I would have gotten in on this move right here. Okay, and made like 15 points. That's what I would have gotten in. We got micro pullback up in here on a we got 224 positive delta. We got micro pullback on the 5 minute. Um, so the previous 5 minutes you had 112 positive delta. The previous 5 minute you had 42 negative delta. Okay. You had 222, but you're in a range. You're in a range, and you got to understand you're in a range. But the 5 minute has got some good confirmation. Uh, I actually seriously might just go to a 2 minute back to a 2 minute chart because this market is not conducive to my old style of trading. To be quite honest, it really is not. And if we sit here much longer, I'm going to cut this friggin' thing. Yeah, 50 sitting on the offer there at 4 and a quarter. 50 sitting there at the offer at 4 and a quarter. So I just moved to a break even. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's not breaking. We're getting consumed up in here, folks. We're getting absorption happen up in here. We got 109. Got 109 buy orders coming in. You got 109 buy orders coming in. If you're trying to buy the breaks of ranges, this is exactly how you do it. Um, Got 260 to 300 delta. You really need to have your finger on the flatten button. You really need to have the finger on the flatten button. I'll explain this once I'm done. Right now, I got to stay hyper focused. I got to stay hyper focused. We got 20 on the current range bar. We got 40 delta. We're climbing up to 50. We got 100 delta. That's a nice little delta surge. Uh, if we start losing this delta, I got to get the hell out if we start losing this delta. We got 130 delta. We got 362. Uh, all right, I'm just out. I'm not going to screw with it. I don't like this market. Plus, we're up here at 50 on the offer at 442. So I'm just going to go ahead and close that out, and I will explain it. That was a nice little 20-point trade. That's the kind of shit that I've been waiting for. And I would have friggin' waited like a good little trader. I'd be more green. But I was an undisciplined piece of crap this morning. Uh, we got 100. We got 126 on the offer at 453. Uh, if we get up there, you might want to be taking some profits. Okay, you might want to be taking some profits. Let me explain this. Why I did this. Okay. Uh, I wish I had more real estate to actually show these charts. Um, I'm already out flat out of the trade. I got in, see where the 224 is, the double buy and bounce area. We kind of drifted down a little bit, but once it started coming back up, and I saw in that 268 delta, once that started climbing, we started breaking this area right here. I'm like, we could get a break, so let's take a stab at it. And then I took a stab at it, and then I got myself 20 points, and I sold right up in here. Okay. Uh, Actually, it wasn't 20 points. I got in at 416, got out at 435. Okay. So it's like 19 points. Might as well just say 20. All right, we're bouncing off that buy and bounce area right there. That's what a lot of traders do this. A lot of traders will look for this and look for this buy and balance. 4 times more buyers than sellers. Okay. And then when we come back down to the area, they'll go ahead and enter the trade and put their stop down in here and then take their profits, up in this area for about 15 points. There's a lot of traders that do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. So the reason I entered this trade, let's take a look. We got 115 sitting on the offer at 453. This is very interesting. Let's sit here and watch this. Let's sit here and watch this. You got 100 sitting on the offer at 453. You had some buyers up in here, up in this area right here. The bubbles are aggregated within 100 milliseconds. Okay, so that's where you see in those fills. When the opacity is light, like on that 61 right there on the live pulse, that just means it's light positive delta. That 34 is dark green bubble. That means it's a high positive delta. See right here, 32, 35, high negative delta. Okay, that's what that means. We're not even going to get up to the 453, are we? Come on, man. Get up there a little bit, man. Get up there a little bit, man. Guess not. 11 o'clock, man. Boy, this has been a rough week. I'll be glad when all this crap's over. Why can't we just all get along in the world? You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is with this world? The problem with this world is you have world leaders that act like children. I ain't talking about Trump or Biden or whatever, or Putin or whoever. Okay, you just got world leaders that just act like children. Okay, I honestly believe these world leaders need to be drug tested because they're out of their friggin' minds. Uh, I want to explain this trade, so stick around if you want to hear this. But I'm trying to. We got 100 sitting on the offer at 453, and we're just slowly etching our way up there. This is very interesting. Is this? Let me get my recorder ready. Start recording, probably. Start recording. Yes, I want to record this because could be very good video. All right, we got about 50, 70, about 100 bids. So they're getting absorbed a little bit. This is where you want to see if they spike up here and they come right back down. Uh, are the sellers going to be able to hold off the buyers right here? Okay. You guys see on the books right here on the offers? Are they refreshing? You got about 50 sitting on there, about 258. Okay. Right now, they're pushing up. We got 400 positive delta. You got 95. They are not being. That's not absorption, folks. That's just straight up buyers just whacking the shit out of sellers. Okay. Uh, and as I was explaining this, we missed a trade. Um, so that's why see, I thought the bubbles were not being. You got a shit ton up there on the offer. You got about 80 at 75, 76, about 160 sitting on the offer up here, about 775, 76. Uh, Here, let me go take a pee. I promise I'll wash my hands. Man, I can't go pee. This is very interesting. Come on. Boy, they are just cranking the living crap. Boy, this was a missed trade for me. That 95 buyers right there with the close above with 488 delta. That is a go sign for to go ahead and buy. This is how you buy the highs, okay? I'm getting ready to explain to you how you can buy the highs, okay? This is how you can buy the highs, okay? Uh, roughly, the reason I got in on the first trade is because we had the buy and bounce right here. You had 224 positive delta. We were getting ready to break this area right here, so the delta was 225. You had down here 100. You had a little negative delta, but that was pretty good positive delta. So I took a stab right here. Where's your stop? Somewhere down in here. Okay, you can put it right here if you want. You can put it down here. Okay, I get in. I start seeing some weakness, so I get out for about 19 points. Okay, there was 19 points. That's how you get in on trades like that, okay? Because the moving average is sloping upwards. On the 5 minute, it was sloping upwards. Now, let me explain how you can buy the highs and be comfortable with it. For one, the moving average on the range bar, 48 range bar is sloping upwards. Look at the range bar uh, right here. Look at the range bar right. I mean, look at the 5 minute moving average sloping upwards, okay? You've got 95 buyers coming in. Okay. We are breaking this area right here. Okay. You've got the moving average sloping upwards. You have 95 buyers come in within 100 milliseconds. We're talking microseconds. Okay. I wrote the code to read these orders in microseconds. The largest single order contract was 9. We closed above right here with a positive delta of 488. That is screaming to you to hit the friggin' buy button, okay? So you hit the buy button because all of that right there. And you come up here and you see that 97, you start losing steam, you get out for your 15 points. On a mini, that's $300, okay? I used to do this constantly, and that's how you pass the evals, okay? I mean, you might have to sit here and wait for freaking 2 hours, okay? But if you can sit here and be patient and not be an undisciplined trader like I was this morning, and I'd be more greener than anything, if you can just sit here and wait for stuff like this and take these stabs like that, okay? Ba, 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 ba. You wouldn't take this, you wouldn't take that. Okay. I think I took this one and just got out like I don't know 5 points. Yeah, it was like 5 points. It's just nothing. But here's the thing: you get moves. You get moves like this: 228 positive delta. We close. Here's the thing on these bars: when these bars move up like this, okay, the close has to be up towards the top, uh, at or above the buy and balance. If the close was down here, that would be a no trade. Okay. Um, do, 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 uh, that I didn't get into because it smacked it down so stinking fast. That's the thing about the 48 range bars. Some trades you'll miss because they just go too quickly. You had 148. Okay, the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay, the moving average sloping upwards. The 5 minute, I believe we were above the 5 minute moving average on that. You buy that. You buy right here. Why? Because the imbalance was right here. We closed above the imbalance. Okay, the imbalance is more than half of the move of that 48 range bar. So you get in here and you're looking good, and you start coming back down, you get out, take your 5 points, or move to a break even. Sell half, move to a break even. You got stopped out. Big deal. Okay. You just move on. You keep doing another trade. You get this one. Okay. And eventually, you get a pretty nice one. Eventually, you get a really nice one. You make yourself 20 points. Okay. Get yourself 5 points here and there. Do a couple break evens, get you a few 5, 10 pointers maybe, and eventually you get yourself a nice run. And then if you actually leave yourself a runner, if you leave yourself a runner on this one, and you leave yourself a runner, I mean, you got yourself about 40 points. Okay, on the mini, that's $800. Okay, I'm not slinging around minis because we got the markets in a weird situation with this conflict. But this is how you buy the highs. Okay, is right up here because right here at 453 we were right up here. Okay, we were right up here at 453. We were right at the highs. So that's how you buy the highs, because you got that buyer right there within microseconds, 95 buy contracts, 408 positive delta. That's a crap ton of buy-in. And what do? You get in on the break of that. You get that 97 buyers. You start losing it. You can get out right here for about 15 points. Okay. Leave yourself a runner if you want. Leave yourself a runner. Okay. You can go in here. You can sell half right here. You got a little pullback. It slowly came back to your break even, didn't hit your break even. Let's say you left yourself a runner and then you see this and then you get yourself 25 points. That's $500. I mean, that's how it's played. Okay. That's how it's done. Now, let's say you had to sit here for from 9:30 to 11:30 for 2 hours, and you get yourself a handful of trades, and you walk away with like $500-600. Okay, no big deal. Move on to the next day. Okay, move on to the next day. I thought there was something seriously wrong with my code because there was no freaking large orders coming in. Look at this. No large orders, lack of participation. Where do you see the stinking buys and the sells within microseconds on a 48 range bar? There are none. It's stinking gone. There are none there. They were all over on the 5 minute. You know, the 5 minutes looking pretty good. It goes back to the New York session right here with that 103 with the little crazy wicks and then the big sell off. Okay. And then right here on the 5 minute, you had 125 buyers step in. You had 121. We kind of sold off a little bit. We kind of held off there. We kind of broke up. Then we kind of broke down. Had 127 buyers. Now, see, this is the trapped buyer. Okay, these are trapped buyers right here. I don't know if I mean, trapped sellers. I don't know if that seller got trapped. They could have covered down in here. I have no idea. But what I do know is right here, you had 127 sellers within microseconds, and we closed above it, and we're above the moving, the 5 minute, 5 minute moving average. That right there is a trapped seller. And look where they got. You got yourself 100 points if you trade off of a 5 minute. Don't be slinging around minis. You can do this right here. Get in here, put your stop down here. Okay. That right there is roughly 30 points. That's about a $650 heat. But then you come up here and you make yourself about $2,000. Okay. If you want to trade off of that, you can trade off of that. I'm seriously thinking I'm going to always trade off of range bars, but I'm seriously thinking about moving to a 2 minute uh, just because of that. You got about 50, about 140 sitting on the offer there at 26 half, 26,500. Um, but yeah, this is how it's done, folks. Let me stop that recording. Let me go pee now. I gotta go wash my hands too after I pee. So don't be asking, did you wash your hands? Yes. I do what a cat does. You lick them clean, right? I mean, they lick their paws. If it's good for them, why can't it be good for us? Uh, Well, you got a lot of buyers up there on the 5 minute. All right, let me go. Who? Okay, yeah, just go ahead and do it. Uh, yeah. Alrighty. I was talking to the wife. Uh, so if you're in on trades like this, okay, the moving average is sloping upwards. You got the 5 minute sloping upwards. Okay, you got 48 positive delta. You got 95 buyers within microseconds. You get on the break of that, and you start running up here. Okay, people want to know where to take your profits. Right here. You want to know why? You had 97 buyers and you closed below it. You had 97 buyers. You closed below it. You need to cut the stinking trade. At least take half. Take 15 points. Okay, take your 15 points and move on. You get a little micro pullback. Maybe you sell half. You get a little micro pullback. On micro pullbacks, you want to look at the delta on the micro pullbacks. Okay, 488, 66, 174, 320. A pullback, you got a delta of 89. You got a delta of 156 negative. Okay, that's a little, eh. But it's, I mean, the delta was climbing on this one. Then you had this bar right here of a positive 138. Yes, we're pulled back to the moving average and we broke this area right here. Okay. And that is a nice sign to get yourself about 15 points. Problem is that 156 is a little too much for me. I'm picky. I'm picky as hell, you know? Sometimes I get undisciplined like this morning. I take too many trades that weren't there. Okay. Trades that weren't there, you know? And also bull knives. Boy, they screwed me again. Boy, I was lucky I was able to flatten that trade on Rhythmic. I was up a couple $100. I tried to flatten the trade. They wouldn't let me flatten it. So then I had to come over here to Rhythmic and close it out and just skip Ninja Trader and Bullnox and just close it right out on Rhythmic. I'm telling you, you really have to have Rhythmic Trader Pro open. You absolutely have to have it open because these prop firms, if they will not let you out of a trade because you're routing orders from Ninja Trader. My buttons just do Ninja Trader routes. Okay, Ninja Trader routes it to Rhythmic or whatever. Sometimes I don't know what the heck goes on, but all I know is sometimes on Ninja Trader, if it doesn't allow you to get out of a trade, you need to go over to Rhythmic and start closing your position. Just click on, go right here, click on positions right here. Just click on positions, have that window off to the side, okay? Because if crap hits the fan, Ninja Trader crashes, Ninja Trader does something, whatever, at least you have this window open to get out, okay? At least you have that window. You can probably see it right here. It says Rhythmic Paper Trading Chicago area. I mean, my funded accounts, I don't have problems like that. You got about, oh man, you got people sitting on the offer up here at 500. You got about 60. Yeah, you got about 80 sitting up there at 501. You got them sitting up here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. They sitting up there. They just chilling, chilling. They just chilling up in that area, folks. They chilling up in that area. You see this? You see this? That's why we can't break through. You want to know why? Because they chilling up in that area. You're chilling up in that area. If you want level 2 data, like you can go with Bulldogs and you can get level 2 data for about $14. Only get the data that you need of the instrument that you trade. I trade ESNQ. I don't trade silver, gold, oil. Uh, I suck at oil trading. I tried it. Blew up $2,000 personal account. And I was like, ah, screw this. I'm done. I kind of suck at oil. I tried trading the bond market. Oh my word! I fell asleep at my desk a couple of times. I was like, man, I can't do this. It's too slow for me. I can't do it. I can't trade bonds. Can't do it. Nope, nope, nope. Can't do it. But yeah, they're just up in there chilling. Look at that. They just up in there chilling. Up, we're coming up in this area. Where we gonna get, folks? Where we gonna get? Are we gonna get some fills? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I wouldn't try and short this thing because for 1 to 5 minutes sloping upwards, the range bar is moving upwards too. I wouldn't try and short this thing with Trump's money. I've been saying that for days. You got these institutions, they're probably got a slush fund from Uncle Sam, and they just propping this crap up. That's just my opinion there, SEC. Don't come after me. Freedom of speech. That's just my opinion. The government, because they did it in 2008 during the financial collapse. Why wouldn't they do it now? I mean, the little slush fund department probably still activated. I'm just saying. Okay, if you really want to try and short a market that's going up like this, I mean, it went down pretty good. I was like, oh, we finally going to crap the bed there, NQ. Nope, right back up. Okay, they forgot right up in here about 950. They decided to take the blue pill and go straight up. Okay, no big deal. No big deal for me. Oh, here, if you want to try and short a raging market, you at least need to try to put the odds in your favor. You have a buyer right here, and I went over this. This is where you would take your exit if you and they're there at 488 on that. Now you got 97 buyers, and we closed below it. You got a delta of negative 89. Okay, if you want to try and short the market, try and short it there. At least try to get yourself 5 points when you're wrong and you move over to your break even. I mean, I don't know why you would try that, but if you want to try to do some quick scalps like that, you can do that if you want. Right up in here, we got buyers right there at the very top. Buy and balance. There was 4 times more buyers than sellers. I think I got that. No, 5 times more buyers than sellers. Okay, at 3 levels, quarter, half, 3/4, whatever it is, whole, quarter, half. You got it up there. If you want to try and short the market, this is where you got to look for absorption up here. There was, look at this, 212. You got buy and balance. We closed above it, 212. Okay. Uh, I don't want to keep buying like that. Boom. This is where you want to try and short the market again. If you want to try and do that, you can do that if you want. You got to understand where you're at, though. You got to understand that there is a lot of buyers up in this area. Okay. So you got to be quick with your profits and move to break even quickly because you can get slaughtered. And sometimes these range bars happen so fast you just can't get in. All right. This is news probably. And we're bouncing off the 4.5, 70 on the bids, or it's bouncing off 4.5. Maybe it ain't news. Maybe it's just, you got a bearish engulfing candle in the previous 5 minute. Got absorption up there at 124. You got pullback happening on the range bar. Are they going to pull back to 480? These are the kind of things you need to think about. Are they going to pull back to 480? You got 90 sitting on the bid at 469. You got about 80 on the bid at 469. Yep, they're breaking through that. Look at that on the 5 minute. They're just eating right through that selling bound stuff. They just eating right through it. Boy, look at that slush fund at work. Oh, did I say that out loud? Ooh, I'm sorry. You see what I talk about financial interest on the 5 minute with all them buyers? That's what you're seeing. That's why it's not puking out. You got buyers. They're trying to keep it up there. Basically delta neutral in this 48 range bar. About delta neutral in this 48 range bar. Yeah, they could man, this is hard because this is hard to trade because if you were quick enough to get in here and then get out right here, yeah, that's 15 points. But you got this 5 minute right here. You see this 5 minute right there? Plus you got that buy and balance. Plus you got these buyers right here. Okay, plus you got these buyers right here. There's a nice old battle happening right up in here. And you got all these buyers. Okay. This is why I wouldn't try to be shorting because you got all these stinking buyers. It's what's been happening for the past few days. Okay. You got a 109 buyer here. You got 109. Okay. Then you got these buyers here. Okay. Then you got all these stinking buyers right up in here. Okay. I mean, that's why we're just doing this. Okay. I don't know what this was. Is that them just taking profits? I have no idea. Without the trade IDs, I have no idea. And we're not privileged to that because we're not in the big boy club. If you're in the big boy club, you get the trade IDs. You get to understand what Citadel, Goldman, BlackRock, and all them other institutions are doing. We're not part of that club. We got 75 sitting on the bid at 470. They got to start lifting the offer if they want to break through this. All right, we got 109. We got 109. We closed above the moving average. Okay. If you're trying to break this, then you can try and take a stab at it, but you got to understand where's your stop. Where's your stop? Okay. I've already moved to a break even. We got 62 right there. Got 280. We're just still 300. We got 300 positive delta. I got in on that 199 delta because we closed above it. I'll explain this later. This shit happens. I'm out. This happens too quick to be doing this stuff. Okay, but I can explain this to you. Um, okay, the main context. The main context. This is what you want to understand. The main context of this. The main context of this is you got large buyers up in here within microseconds. 155, 110. We sold off up in this area. We came to the moving average. Okay. And then we're sloping upwards on the 5 minute moving average. When you are sloping upwards on a 5 minute moving average, you do not, I say again, you do not try and go short. You might get lucky and you get a dump. I mean, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. Okay. But this is just my plan. Okay. So we had all these buyers for support right up in here. You had all these buyers. Okay. For some reason, you had these sellers come stepping in. These buyers up here got absorbed. Okay. And we sold off. Then you've got a sell and bounce that happens right up in here. Okay. And then you had this buyer. Okay. We bounced off of it. Okay. We had a little hammer on the 48 range bar. You can buy the break of them hammers if you want. That 100 delta was pretty good. We came up here, we bounced off. We got 30 negative delta. That's not too high of delta. okay? Actually, 162 at that buying balance, that's a little hard to be taken because we're right up here at the highs. I mean, how much farther can we travel? Well, they can travel as far as they want to push this damn thing. Um, but the reason I took a stab at this is that this is 109, 200 positive delta. We closed above this moving average right here. Okay. I saw that 330. We were breaking that. I added to the trade. Cost average is down here and then started taking some off up in here. Okay. Boy, this thing is really just moving. But see, I don't trust this market because of the environment that we're in. Okay, the environment that we're in is very difficult to trust this market. There's a reason why I do not short right up in here. Okay, there's a reason why I don't try and short. I mean, can you get lucky and get yourself 20 points? Absolutely. But the problem is that you're moving up on the 5 minute moving average, and plus you got all these stinking buyers up here, and you got that one little seller right there. Okay, that's not good odds, in my opinion. Because these 100 and some orders are being filled in microseconds. That's not your stinking retail traders, okay? Taking a 137 with the sell right here, can you get lucky and get yourself a nice little run down? Absolutely, you could. I mean, a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then, okay? I'm just trying to explain that if you get in here, where is your target? Where are you going to get out when it breaks up here? Okay, the thing is, you got these buyers right here, 155, 110, yeah, 148 buyers, 123. You had 102 sellers right there, 105 buyers, 140 some buyers. You got all these stinking buyers right here. You have a financial interest from buyers that are buying within microseconds, order slicing from the institutions basically, and you're trying to go short and trying to short the stinking top. This is how accounts get blown left and right. Can you get lucky and get yourself a 50 pointer? Absolutely. Absolutely, you can. I mean, like I said, a blind squirrel will find a nut every now and then. But the problem is that the odds are not in my favor. The odds are not in my favor with these large buyers up in here. Okay. Let's get the level two back up in here. Whoops. Recenter that. Get a little drink of water. Um, I mean, roughly the past 10 minutes, you ain't had no stinking buyers or sellers. I mean, look at this. Look, look, where are they at? Okay, we're all right up in here. This is where you be taking your longs like we did earlier. Okay, that's where you be taking your longs. Okay, that's where you be taking. That's where you be taking your trades. Okay, like this one. Boom, up here, and you get out here. Boom, got yourself a nice little winner, about 20 pointer right there. Okay, uh, 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 got your 224 positive delta with a buy-in bounce right there. The moving average is slightly sloping upwards, but we closed above it. We're breaking this range right here. In the 5 minute, we were trading green above the 5 minute moving average. That's a go sign. Okay, that's a go sign for probably 10 points right there. Okay, gets you about $30,600. Be done for the day. Move on. Come back next day, do it again. Don't be trying to pass these evals in one day. Full porting. I mean, why? You see what I'm? You see what you see what I just talked about? People right here are going to be shorting this crap when you got a financial interest of all these buyers right here. Okay, if that's BlackRock, Citadel, Goldman, whoever, do you think they're going to have sling in more contracts to try to prop this up even more? Especially, I don't say that. Mm-mm. Uh, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Financial interest. Okay, financial interest. This is not very good. For one, you got a 77 positive delta, plus that buy and balance is not half of the bar. I like buy and balances are at least half the bar. See, look at this. Half the bar. You break that high, you broke it, you come back to it, you took a little bit of heat, maybe you got wicked out, and then we had a run. Okay. Uh, we got buy and balance right there, but it looks like they're getting absorbed. All right, it's 11:42. I think I need to. It's 11:42. I don't need to keep trading. You got to survive to trade another day. Uh, I mean, I'm going to keep streaming, but you just got to be able to survive. Let's try and do. Let's look at a 2 minute. You know, a 2 minutes pretty good. It's loading the history. It says loading history 2 minute. A 2 minute. I call this my sweet spot. You know, a 2 minute is a nice little. Here, I want to get rid of. Uh, the show delta, both. I just want to show it on the candle. I leave the bottom delta on the 5 minute. But here, this is a 2 minute chart. So I have a video out there why I call this the sweet spot, the 2 minute sweet spot. That's overnight. That's overnight data. What the hell? This is overnight on the 2 minute. I need to be New York session, RTH. Okay. There we go. Maybe I will tick merge. Nah, I'll just leave it alone. Look at the 2 minute. Boom. 2 minute, kind of like what you want to do with the 2 minute is for look for stuff like this. You got to run up. You got a little spinning top candle right there. You got a pullback right here. Okay, so you have a run up here. You got 214 delta. I don't know how much that was. 193 negative delta. Okay, but you had a run up and you have a little micro pullback. And look, 214 delta, then about 193 negative delta, so it's not climbing. And then you can get it on the break of there, put your stop down here, and then start getting out up in this area. Okay, that right there will net you about a nice 25 point or $500 trade. Okay, that's I mean a 2 minute possibly, and I like range bars. That's how I got my handful of accounts trading months ago. I like range bars, but I, you know, in this market condition, I'm really thinking that uh, it's not conducive. My strategy with range bars are not conducive in this type of environment. So I might just switch to a 2 minute sweet spot. And the reason I call it a sweet spot is because think about this. You got your 30 seconds, you got your 1 minute. The people love to trade off of 1 minute for execution. But you are competing with them high frequency trading bots from these institutions. They own the lower time frames are owned by the trading bots, especially on the NQ. The NQ is the most highly traded instrument for these little friggin' computer pets of the institutions. NQ's highly algo trading, and you're trying to compete with that at a lower time frame. That's the problem with the 1 minute and the lower time frames is that they are owned by the trading bots of the institutions, especially NQ. Okay, that's why I call this the 2 minute sweet spot. Uh, because you can take trades like that. See, you have a run up right here. You got 400 delta, 500 delta. You had a little micro pullback with 59 negative delta. You get that pullback. Okay. You get it on the break of that pullback. You get out up in this area. Okay, take yourself another $400 winner. Okay, this is a sweet spot, but you only do that when the 5 minute is sloping upwards. You can actually do this on the 5 minute as well. Okay, you can do this on the 5 minute as well. There's a reason why I took that trade up in here on that range bar, because we had a micro pullback here and we were breaking that high right there. And then look at the delta. Look at the delta. Positive 112 on that one. Negative 42 on that one. Why would you not take that trade for 50 points? Why would you not take it? You could sit here for a couple hours and just take that trade and take one trade and be done for the day. Don't be trying to pass evals in one day. And if you do it on stuff like this. You want to full port it on stuff like this. Put the odds in your favor. For one, you got all these buyers right here. Okay. There's no sellers up in here. They're down in here. But they're getting their butts handed to them because we're moving up. And then you got a micro pullback. Why would you not come up here and do this? Okay, and get yourself about 50 points, get yourself about $1,000 on one mini. You want to go ahead and throw in 3 or 4 minis and pass it in one go for it. Be my guest. But at least put the odds in your favor and look at where the big trades are happening within microseconds. That's all I'm saying. Okay, you can even come down in here and go look at a volume bar. Look at the volume bar, see where the volume's at. Okay, uh, the way I coded this is that these volume bars, the way I coded this with these volume bars, if you've got, let me show you right here. Okay, right up in here, you see how light the opacity is on those green volume bars? The opacity is light. That means light positive delta. Okay, that means light positive delta. You see this bar right here, that bar right there, dark green opacity. The opacity is real dark green. That means high positive delta. That's how I coded that. If you're going to do that, put the odds in your favor. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Okay, so we got right here on the 2 minute sweet spot. You got 53 buyers, you got 51 right there. If we close below that, that could be buyers that are getting trapped. But you got all these other buyers right up in here coming right down to the moving average. So it's just a little risky of a trade to be taken, to be quite honest. A little bit too risky to be trading. Alrighty. So maybe tomorrow I'll trade the 2 minute. Maybe tomorrow I'll trade 2 minute. Yesterday I traded a 500 tick chart. Today I traded a 48 range bar. Maybe tomorrow I'll trade the 2 minute sweet spot. You see what I talk about? Financial interest. They are going to consolidate probably into luncher. Uh, Here, let me. Wait a minute. I was gonna go into the kitchen. What we got going on up in here? We got this is a 2 minute candle, and this is a 2 minute. We got a sell and bounce right here. We're getting ready to run up into. We got 200, 2.25, 250, about 240 positive delta. Bullish engulfing forming on this candle right here. You got 53 buyer, 51 buyer, 51 buyer. You got buyers up in here, man. Are you gonna break? Are you gonna break it? Are you gonna break it? That is the question of the day. That is the question of the day. that is the question. Are they going to break this? You got 510. You got them sitting on the offer at 510. You got them sitting on the offer at 510. I'm already moving to a break even. I'll explain this to you later. Got 68 sellers. I'm out. I'm just not going to screw with that because, yeah. See, I got out. I tried to get. I took a stab. I took a stab. I took a stab. Only made a few points because I saw them sellers. I just flattened it. Um, the reason I got in is because, well, for one, we ran down here. We had 150 negative delta, 169 negative delta. Then all of a sudden, this delta right here at 381. Once we started breaking that area right there, we had 53, 51. They tried to sell, but then the buyer stepped in. 51, 52, and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute. This could be a go sign." So I got in on a go sign, and uh, look at the 5 minute, the volume on the 5 minute, 5 minute candle. You see how it's being formed right up in here? That 5 minute is being formed. That's actually pretty good. That's if you lose that volume area, you could go back down. Yep. See how we're losing that volume area? We could go back down to 490 area. We could go back down to 491. Because the thing is, when you're looking at stuff like this, when you're looking at stuff like this, you got a nice big ledge right here. And if you fall off that ledge, you could uh, just fall off the ledge and come right back down. Okay. You got this area right here. And if you're on that ledge and you fall off that ledge, there's nothing stopping you inside here. Okay. At least that's the way I look at it. I look at it that way. Might be right, might be wrong. I have no idea. All I know is they just no. I'm sure it's still good. Um, yeah, I took a stab because I was thinking we were going to break. I took a stab at this because I thought we were going to break because I saw those buyers coming in. So I took a little stab right here. I took a little stab right here. As soon as I saw the that 60 sellers, I just flattened the trade. I'm like, we're right up there at top. The sellers are starting to come in. That seller right there. If 51 was good, you start breaking this, you're like, oh, okay, because you got 53, 58. You got the buyers stepping in. You look at the 5 minute, you got all these buyers up in here. Look at that. You got all those buyers up in there. All the buyers right up in here. That's kind of stuff you need to look at. Okay, we got 138, 160 positive delta. Look at the volume on current 5 minute. Uh, uh, Are those 60, 51, 50? You see them 51 sellers to 60 sellers. You see them? Are they going to capitulate and be like, screw this, I'm out? This is a raging market, slush fund government, slush fund raging market. And I'm actually moving to a break even. And if we start losing that area, then I got to get out. But come on, man. Give a brother a break. You see that volume on the 5 minute? That's why I'm staying in the trade. You see how we're climbing? You see how we're climbing? We're at 40 positive delta. That 40 needs to go. We got 54 buyer coming in within microseconds. We got about 60 delta. You got to stay into the stinking trade, my man. You got to I got out because of that 60 seller. I got out because of that 60 seller. But guess what? Guess what? I got back in me. And you see that on the 2 minute? You had a 51 seller, 50. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, I'm out. Ba 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 ba. Alrighty, let me explain this little stuff right here. Let me explain this stuff. For one, why is that here? The settings on the 2 minute. Why do I have that at stinking 50, man? Yes, I got that at 50. Normally I have that to 75, but it's working for me. All right, I'll leave it at 50. All right, I'll just leave it there. Maybe that was just something, but these are my settings for a 2 minute. These are my settings for a 2 minute. Okay. All right. So, bum, bum, bum. We had 53 buyers, 51 buyers, 51 buyers. You start breaking at 52. We were breaking this area right here. That's sell imbalance. We have 51 buyers. I don't see any 50 some sellers up in here. So that's why I took a stab. I took a stab right up in this area, right up in here. I took a stab and I saw that and got out and got me a few points. I was like, nope, I'm not going to be taking friggin' heat right here. Okay. I'm like, screw that. Okay. But then I got in right up in this area. Okay. And there's a reason why, because we had that 60 seller. That's where I sold my long. Then you had 51 seller. Then you had a 51 seller there. You had a little inside bar right here, okay, with all these buyers here, okay? And once we started breaking this area right here, what I was thinking, this is my logic behind this 60 sell contracts within microseconds, 51. You got about 160 sell contracts that happen within microseconds, okay? That's not no retail trader slinging that size around. Could it be like 100 retail traders with one or two minis? Yes, it could. I don't know. I do not care. But all I know is that when I see this and we are moving up, I'm thinking they're taking heat. These are definitely taking heat. We got the moving average sloping upwards on the 2 minute. The 5 minute looked like it took the blue pill at 950 and going straight back up again. So why the heck would I not try to take a trade right here and then once I see this, I just get out for about, I don't know, get out for about 10 points. I mean, why not? Take a stab, see what you get. Take a stab, see what you get. Take a stab. 89 sellers, 150 sellers. We're breaking highs right here. We closed above it. They're going to be taking heat. Okay. If you get in here, you got to get out here because unless you want to come way down here and take a $30,600 heat, that's fine with me. If you want to do that, I don't want to do that. But yeah, you can do that. You do you, man. You do you. Right now, all I know is I'll be moving that shit to a break even, taking some profits up in here up at the high. Try and get me a runner. You do you, man. You see what I mean? I'd be selling some, moving to a break even. You see, this is how. You see, oh, 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 I bet you wish you would have taken some profits up in here. Take your little profits up in here when you don't see the delta keep surging. You got to take your profits, move to a break even. If you listen to me on on these 2 things, actually 3, 5-minute moving average, sloping upwards, check. Green candle, check. I see trade off of 1 minute. 1 minute, moving average, sloping upwards, we're trading above it, check. Go long. Take your longs. Don't be taking shorts, take your longs. If you do that, you'll be good. Also, if you listen to the second point, sell half, move to a break even. Okay, so you're wrong on the trade. Who cares? Why the hell are you going to come way down here and take the 30-point heat if we get down there? Why are you going to do that? What, the cost average down again? Okay, these sellers, 89, 150 sellers within microseconds. The largest single order contract was 13. See that 13? Largest single order contract, we closed above it. That's a go sign to get in. Come up here, get yourself about 5 points. No, I mean, the thing is, commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay? If you missed the run, you missed the run. Who cares? Move on to the next trade. If you look at this on a 2-minute volume candle, okay? You look at this on a 2-minute volume candle. You got 51 sellers up in here, okay? You got, we're breaking this area right here, okay? You got some pretty good positive delta right up in there. You got the buyers right here. You could have broken that and added to the position. Right here, 150, there's some sellers. Right up in this area, this is a volume candle, and the shade of the bars is the delta. Okay, so you got some pretty decent volume up in here, but the shade of the bars are not dark green, not big positive delta. Okay, then you got this big sell bar right here. You're like, well, if you're in the trade here, okay, let's say you're in the trade. Uh, Actually, let's say you got in right here, okay, and you see this right here, and the delta really isn't climbing. See, I look at this and see if the delta is climbing. Okay, that's why I put the numbers up here to see if the delta is climbing. But obviously, these volume bars are not dark green, so the delta is not climbing. And then you get to this bar right here, and you start losing that bar, but you entered here. Uh, you might just want to flatten the trade. Okay, you're trying to get yourself a runner. Maybe you sell a little bit here and leave yourself a runner. You get stopped out. Who cares? Let's say you get stopped out and it moves and runs 50 points. Who cares? Who cares? There's another trade right around the corner. I mean, some people act like they miss a trade and they act like it's the end of the world. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? I missed a big 25 pointer a few weeks ago and I missed it. I missed the trade. And I'm like, and I told the people on the stream, I was like, I missed a trade, another trade right around the corner. Who cares? Okay. And sure enough, about half hour later, boom, got me at 25 pointers. So, you know, who cares? Okay. For one, you got 52 buyers right there. We closed below it. They're getting absorbed. Okay. Boom. We'll probably come back down to the moving average and we'll bounce off of it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. You got to look at the delta. But we're coming down to this moving average right here, and that delta is climbing from like 100 to 1 quarter to 150 to 175. You might not want to try to buy a bounce and go for it. I'm just saying, you might not want to try that crap. There's a little heat map if you like trading off a heat map. I don't trade off a heat map. Years ago, when I traded with Jigsaw Trading, I traded off of the Dom. Now the Dom is still in beta. No, that's not the menu I want. I want the OFB. I want my menu. OFB. There we go. Here, let's take a look at this. NQM6. Electronic trading hours? No, I want RTH. I want to tick in this to 4 because the NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. 50 large orders. Yeah, let's do 50 large. No, let's do 30. I don't. We'll just hit enter right up in here. Okay, this is how I used to trade up in here off a Dom. And I just read these prints right here. Where in the column trades right here, I would just read the prints. And whenever I would see, because I didn't have the bubbles and stuff. You see, here's the thing: a lot of people are trying to compare me to deep charts and this and that. I'm going to tell you something. Deep charts did not invent no stinking bubble trading. Okay, bubble trading has been around for friggin' a long time. Motorwave had it. Uh, Atlas had it. I mean, it got famous. The bubble trading got famous because Fabio won some kind of world championship. He's a bubble trader too. All right, it just got famous, but the shit's been around forever. Okay, it's been around since Jesse Livermore has been reading the tape when they used to print it out. That's why it's called the ticker tape. Right now it's electronic and you see the little ticker tape, but before it was actually printed out on a thin little piece of paper. Jesse Livermore, the book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, he's the one that's been reading the stinking tape for a while. Oh, don't get me started. All right, we got 57 sitting on the bid up here at 5.5 right here. 57 sitting on the offer. 58 sitting on the offer. Offer. 58 sitting on the offer at 5.5. Okay, what we got sitting on the bids down here? Well, we got 530 at 534. You got about 30 sitting, 30 right there, 335. You see those? Now I've got the opacity here lit up. Right here, you're gonna have resistance right there at 5.5 with this 57 offers up there. Okay, but I used to trade just off the Dom, and I would sit here and hyper focus on the prints right there. The prints inside. See that? So it printed 16, then printed 14, then prints 11 right there where my cursor is. Prints 13. When you see something like 50, 100 trades, you're like, whoa. But how can that be 100 trades executed in one stinking order when there's not that much liquidity in the books over here? Okay, in the books over here, how can that be that much liquidity? Well, because the institutions use a different terminal and they play off the backs of each other. Okay, that's just the way it is. So you just sit here. You got 8/20. You got 8/6. Okay, they're printing 15/10. Uh, 8/17. 4/16. You just sit here and read the tape, and then come over here to the profile and look at the profile, and then come over here to the delta. You look at the delta. Right now, we're in a pretty good positive delta area, so that's pretty decent support. But yeah, this is OFE DOM beta. Okay, I mean the order executions work and everything. Am I on Sim 101? Yeah. So if I do buy my order field, you see that little blue box right there? That's where my order got filled. Now I have tick merged this to 4, so it goes to 44 to 45 to 46 to 47. And I do that because right up here you got 5.5. You got 70 sitting up there at 5.5. Okay. Then you make here P&L 25, 15, 35, $40. Okay. You're coming up here. You're trading 520s, up 10 over 20s. You're trading 24s. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and just flatten that out. But hopefully you get the idea what I'm talking about. Okay. You can look at the trades here. Now, on this column here, that would be the single order trade. So let's say we do single order trades of 10. We got any that show up? Yeah. So single order contracts. You got 13 orders in one contract, 11 sells in one contract, and one order, 12 contracts in one order, 10, But I think I'm going to change this around. What I'm going to do is do because these are just single orders with multiple contracts. I'm going to put that into kind of like what the bubbles are here with like microseconds within microseconds, and then you can change the large volume. Let's say within you want to do 50 within microseconds. So any orders at 50 volume or more within microseconds kick off, and it's going to show up right here for the buy and then right here for the sell. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and get that done this weekend. Let's just close this out. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I went over to a 2 minute. I went over to a 2 minute. I traded my funded account. Uh, I traded my funded account this morning on a 48 range bar, and then I took some. I took a trade on a 2 minute. I took this trade right here because we had a 60 seller, 51 sellers, 51 sellers, and the delta was climbing, and we were breaking that area, and I was thinking these sellers are going to take some heat because you got all these buyers that are pushing it, and then you got the candle pushing it. So I just kind of come up here, and then I just cut the trade. There's a video I have on my channel about 2 minute sweet spot, and I go over a trade strategy. And this right here, the trade strategy is exactly like this. 60 seller, close above, you get in, you see a little weakness, you sell half and move to a break even. Okay. That's what you see. And then what else we got? We got right here. We got 150, we got 89 sellers, 150 sellers within microseconds. We closed above it. You get in here, see a little weakness, and you get out. I mean, you're going to get about 6 points on one contract and move to a break even. Okay, just the way it is. Okay, I like seeing it when there's large stuff in there. That's 60 and this 66. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay because you got 66 sellers within microseconds, and then we closed above here, and you got all these buyers right here. So yeah, if you want to get in here, uh, I mean these sellers are taking heat. This seller could be taking heat pretty soon. Uh, that's how you buy the highs. I mean, that's how you buy the highs. And then you look at the volume right here. You see all that volume right there, but it's not big. See, this is the thing. You see that right there? The volume is drying up. The delta right there is not very good. It's not dark green. Okay, it's not dark green. It needs to be dark green with good positive delta. Yeah, we're 70 positive delta. But I'm looking at this because these bars are tick merged to 1 point. Okay. Look at that 150 seller right here on the 5 minute. We closed above it. You can get in here. Once you see the volume start drying up and you see the selling right there, you can go ahead and get out for about 5 points, okay? You try to get yourself a runner. That's how I pass the evals. Sell half, break even, get yourself a runner. Sometimes that runner, about coup there was one video I got out there where I was in three minis on a short. Got like 10 points, sold half, moved to break even, got to 20, 15, 20 points, something like that. And then I sold the second one. And then the third one, just the NQ just collapsed and got myself 100 points on a mini. But this stuff is a lot easier. I mean, these bubbles and everything, it ain't no new technology or anything. The crap's been out since Jesse Livermore's been reading the ticker tape. It's just another way of presenting the information. Before you had dom traders reading this, being hyper focused and reading the prints coming in. Now I will admit, I mean, I tried deep charge. I didn't try their add on with all their stuff because I ain't gonna pay for it. That's why I started this project. I was like, I don't need to pay for that. I can code that myself. All I need to do is get the market data and we're done. Then I had the bright idea of adding more to it. Then I had a really bright idea of be like, nah, maybe other people will like this too. Yeah, look where I'm at now. Look where I'm at now. You see what I'm talking about? Oh, look at that. You got 51 seller right there. See that 66 seller right there and we closed above it? A little mother lover got squeezed a little bit. So maybe you get in right there. Maybe you get in right here. I don't know. Maybe you get out right here. You get yourself about 8, 10 points. I don't know. Get yourself a couple $100. I mean, why not? Do that about a few times during the day, and then you got yourself a nice little pay, man, little pay, nice little pay. Okay, I don't know what the heck happened here, boy. That was something. I didn't look at the news. I don't. There's nothing on the news. I don't know what the heck that was, but that was like a 50-point move, like boom, like real quick. I don't know what that was, but yeah, we just sitting here in bubble trading. I will admit, this green and blue violet, that wasn't my idea for the theme. It was deep charts. I kind of looked at it. I'm like, well, that's kind of interesting. I've been looking at green and red for like freaking 10 years. Yep, that's pretty interesting. So that's what I did. I just changed up the theme. You go to settings, go to colors, and you just use the colors right here. Okay. I want to add some more up in here. Also, I want to add this where you can change the background color. There's a lot of things I want to do, man. There's a lot of things I want to do, but I can't do it unless there's going to be support for this because there's no reason for me to continue this if there's not going to be any people that want to support the project. There's really no reason for me to continue it if don't get enough people interested because for one, it takes a lot of my time to do it. Uh, Second of all, I got to pay for the servers and everything. So uh, we're coming right down here. We're at 200. On a 2 minute chart, we got 72. So cell contacts that just kicked off. We got it didn't show up here on the 5 minute because it's not 100. 5 minutes got 100 for the microseconds. But look at this. Look at this. We're at We're at 200 negative delta. They really trying, ain't they? But you got to think about this area right here. Okay, you had 100 some seller right there. Also, you have this area right here. That's a financial interest. You have this area here. That's a financial interest of all those buyers. And right there, you had that one little crazy person up there selling 112 contracts. Okay, could we get a run back down to the moving average and get 20 points? Sure. Okay, but all right, let's see what happens. Got a lot. If you do short right here, let's say you do a short right here. If you're going to short right here, where you going to put your stop up there at the high, you're going to put your stop up here at the high. Also, there's another thing. You need to look at the delta on the 5 minute. That's negative 300. That's pretty decent. But right up in here, this volume right up in here, you got that big volume, sell volume right there. Okay. So, yeah. So you got a sell volume right up in there. Got another seller up in there. Yeah, so I tried to get me some of that. Very risky play, my friends. Very risky play. We had some sellers right here. We closed right here. Then we were losing this area right here. Then I saw these sellers step in. Okay, so I try to short some, and then I just saw this, so I just get out. So I'm just flat. Okay, is it much of a trade? No, it's like 10 points. Okay, big deal. Okay, but the reason I'm looking at this is because right here we had that volume. Here, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in. Okay, let me zoom in. Okay, we had this area right here. Where okay, we have this area right up in here. Okay, so you can volume right there. We have uh, that right there. This right here, dark violet blue, that dark purple. That right there is pretty the opacity is pretty heavy, so that's big negative delta, and look at the negative delta, it's like 400. So I just took a stab, and I knew if we got up to this area right here, I'll probably have to get out, okay? But we were trading below, okay? So you just take a stab and you get yourself about 10 points, okay? Uh, the reason I got out right up in here, and the reason I got out is because I saw that 59 uh, buyer. But you got to think, look over here, okay? You got to look to your left and see where other big trades were happening. 52, 68, 54, 63. You had a buyer step in. Is it these buyers right here that just ran the market up? It could be. Once I see that, and we're not able to keep pushing through, we're not able to push through this area here, you got to cut the trade. You gotta be disciplined. You gotta have some stinking self-discipline. We got an inside bar. You gotta have some stinking self-discipline, folks, because if you don't, you ain't gonna make it here. You ain't gonna make it here if you ain't got no self-discipline. Don't be like I did this morning, digging yourself out of a hole because you want to click buttons for shits and giggles. I took a few trades for shits and giggles, and I finally dug myself out of a hole. So the moral of the story is if you want to have shits and giggles, do it elsewhere. You know, this 50 is kind of pretty good. I kind of like a 2 minute. The reason I like a 2 minute, I really like range bars, but not in this type of environment. Months ago, when we didn't have the conflict and all this news happening, months ago, a 40 range bar was banking for me, man. Oh, okay. And here's the thing. Okay. We just took the short, got ourselves a little bit. Why did I get out right here? Well, because I saw there's a little shift right there in the market. Okay, and the delta was just getting not moving down. Okay, it wasn't moving down. I don't need a heat map to tell me this. I've been reading these numbers for years. I've been reading these numbers before the friggin' bubbles got famous and got thrown onto the charts. I was reading it on a dom. Now I just read the big prints on the bubbles. And I've been trading volume profile for years. I mean, John Hogarth told me. Hogarth, John explained it to me. Uh, I just had a brain fart. I don't know what I was talking about. Here, I'll be right back. Uh, All righty. Ooh, we have a little pullback right here. See, here's the problem with this pullback. Have a nice little run. We have a micro pullback. Have 167 delta, 72 delta. They're kind of losing steam. So you could get in on the break of that, and hopefully you get yourself a nice little run. Problem is this 5 minute right here, that moving average. We need to close below that. We need to close below that before I start taking any friggin' really shorts that I really want to be taking. But this right here, you can take it. Okay, you can take this. You have a rundown. You have a bounce up to this moving average. It's conflicting with the 5 minute moving average. Okay, but you can take a stab. Once you get green for about 10 points, please, if you learn anything from me and take anything from me, take this. Pay yourself and move to a break even. I can't freaking say that enough. Okay, pay yourself and move to a break even. Don't be letting trades turn into hope trades. That is the most idiotic thing that you can do. And don't be taking those stinking trades because the market has ran too high. Oh, the market has ran too high. The value. I saw some YouTuber tell me that high value area is a good place to short. So I'm just going to short the high up here. Oh, why did my account get blown? It keeps running. Well, because the friggin' buyers keep slamming into the market. That's why. Uh, it's just that's the worst advice I think people can give. I mean, can you get lucky? Yeah. I mean, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. I mean, really? I mean, if you're going to try and short, you really need to have a reason why you're going to go short. Okay. Like, right. You got 100, you got 62 sellers coming in here. You got the delta climbing and, do, 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 and I'm going to move to a break even. I'll explain this shit later. We got 55 buyers coming in. We got 240. Delta needs 250. Delta negative 250. It needs to be negative 300. I'm going to stay in the negative 300. I'm saying in. Oh, it's coming back up. It's coming back up. 250. 250. Don't you dare come back on me, you mother lover. Come on in, Q. Shit the bed for me. Oh man, I'm cutting the trade. I'm tired of that crap. Now you can go ahead and shit the bed for me. Okay. Uh, also, right here, you gotta think. You gotta think about where you're at. Okay, we lost this area right here. Okay, we lost this area right here. We lost that area right there. We're down into this area right here now. Now we're down into this area. I really need me a draw. I need to code me a drawing tool, kind of like how I have on the volume profile. I need to do that and put it right here. Get a left bar like I have on the volume profile. Get ourselves some drawing tools. Because right now I got the Control Q is that right there. This is the drawing freehand drawing tool. Okay. But why did I cut the trade? Well, for one, we had 55 right here. Then we had a surge of negative 300. So I held the trade. But you see all these buyers right there? We got a lot more buyers than sellers up in this area. Okay. So I saw the buyers. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and cut the stinking trade. And now I can shit the bed for you. There we go. Now that I'm out. I don't care. I took profits. Next trade. Um, I'm looking for news on financial juice. What we got anything? Need to know market risk. Don't care about that ECB's lane. I don't know what the heck is going on. Anybody know what news is coming in? Because this move looks like news. This looks like news, and I'm glad this looks like news. Man, if you got this short, you were friggin' loving it. If you held it, you're friggin' loving this. I don't know. This has got to be news, man. Look at this. Look at this. About 80 points. This is news. I don't know what the heck is going on. Here we go. Gulf and Europe officials see us needing 6 months for Iran deal. Holy smokes. Shut, shut your stinking mouths. You do not know anything. Gulf and European officials see U.S. needing 6 months for Iran deal. Gulf and European officials, the officials think we need 6 months for an Iran deal. No, no, no. It's very easy. It's very easy. Stop being a bully or you get your ass blown up. Uh, I don't know. All I know is you got to be extremely careful uh, with Iran because the average Iranian person is a good person. They just want to live in freedom like everybody else. Okay. Uh, they're good individuals. Uh, the last thing you want to do is be heavy-handed and then clobber that friggin' country and piss off everybody. Okay, it's okay if you piss off the military and all of them and Ayatollah. I mean, yeah, piss them off. Who cares? But don't piss off the average Iranian person. That's not what you want to do. Okay, remember what I said? News has got to be news. Got to be news. How in the world? See, this is the reason why. Uh, this is the reason why this market is hard to trade. Okay, you get in, and then all of a sudden you see these buyers right up in here, and you're like, okay, and we're coming up into this area right here, and you're like, okay, and then all of a sudden you get news, and it just friggin' dumps on you. You know how can you know? You can't. You can't. You just don't. Maybe if I would have left a runner, I could have got me that slice down. But the reason I'm not leaving a lot of runners, there's a reason why. And because before I was slinging around a few minis, took profit, and then my stock market got blown through, and the fake prop firm decided to finally get me out at a massive freaking loss. Happened to me twice in one day and blew an account. I'm like, "You effing kidding me?" Uh, yeah. With this Iran stuff coming in, I really gotta change my strategy because my range bar strategy is really not conducive to this type of stuff because you're gonna have it's just not. Range bar trading is really good in a nice, solid, non-volatile market, non-news driven market. Okay. But when you have markets like this, okay, when you have markets like this is why I'm flipping to a 2 minute. Okay, is because of crap like this. That's why I flipped to a 2 minute. I might even flip to a 15 minute on long term and just lower my contract size. Okay. Basically the same strategy, but just lower my contract size a little bit, you know? I don't know. This crap is just, yeah. But yeah, if you want to support the project, I would really appreciate it. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've only been coding this thing for heavily. Okay, I've been coding this for a few months. Okay, I've been coding it for a few months, and there for a while, I was only using this personally for myself. Okay, and then a couple months ago is when I really, 2 months ago is when I really decided to really code it heavily for uh, your average person. Uh, and this is the result of 2 months of heavy coding. Uh, and because in the very beginning, I did order flow bars indicator, and I just had the bubbles up there, and I did some stuff, and I was like, okay, and I used it personally for myself, and then I gave that out to the public, and then I was like, you know what? Then I tried to create my own custom candlestick for NinjaTrader, and I was having problems with it within an indicator, trying to code my own custom candlestick and have it. Where you choose your candlestick style in NinjaTrader. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just do an add-on and where I have 100% control, and then I just write the C sharp code to just do it myself. And that's where you got the add-on right here. Then I had a bright idea, be like, you know what? People use bookmap. Why can't I code myself a bookmap? You know? So I had this bright idea. So I had this bright idea right here. This big old bright idea right here. This big old bright idea right here. Let me code myself a heat mapper. Get yourself a little heat map going on. I got to refactor this code and use pre-rendered bitmaps. The performance would be a 50% performance boost. You closed above this right here, okay? You closed above this right here. This could be a nice little go sign right here. Nice little go sign. Nice little go sign, maybe if you can get your little ass moving. Thank you very much. Get your get your little ass moving. Uh, so we closed above the moving average. Boop, 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 boom. We got and the reason I got out is because I saw these stinking offers up in there. I got in real quick, and then I saw this right here, and I was like, "Whoop! Up, flat, flat, flat." Let's rethink this. Let's rethink this, people. Let's rethink this. Okay. You got the 5 minute that's getting ready to flatline, possibly. You got them sitting on the offer. At least they were sitting on the offer there about 522. Now they just kind of disappeared. Where you lovers go to, man? Okay. So right, are you going to interrupt me again, NQ? This is so rude. I got about 60 sitting on the offer at 505. Boy, I'm glad I got out. That was a quick scalp. The reason I got in on this 2 minute, we closed above the moving average. We're still sloping down a little bit. We were breaking the high of that previous 5 minute. So I kind of took me a little stab, and then my stop was right here. And then I got up in here and I looked over at the heat map and I saw all them offers. And I was like, close it. I'm glad I did. Very little contracts. I don't even know what. It was like a 3 point trade. That was nothing. Yeah. All right, let's regroup. Regroup. Are we gonna sell off? What are we gonna do? We got some bubble trading going on. You got about 75 sitting on the offer up there at 512. Now they're not there. You little spoofer, spoof alert, little spoofing freak, spoof alert. Uh, wouldn't that be cool? Uh, wouldn't that be cool if we had big orders come in, and then all of a sudden it gets close, and then it gets yanked, and there's spoofers up there. Uh, and the heat map here, the live pulse heat map says spoof alert. It just tells you spoof alert. Of course, it'll be a toggle. You can turn it on or off. I'd kind of leave it on because I'd be like, yeah, kind of fun hearing spoof alert. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. At least, what's going on? Oh, I don't think she's in the. I got my office door open. I'm yelling at the wife. Well, actually not yelling, but I have to yell because she's in the other room. Uh, yeah, she's in no position to negotiate. Yeah, yeah. My kid's trying to negotiate with the mother, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, that ain't gonna work. You ain't. You're in no position to negotiate, and mom knows it. All right, what we got going on here? All right, we're at 150, 150 positive delta. We had a little pullback right here. This is what I kind of like. We had a little shit to bed because of Gulf European countries think it's going to take longer. Then we have a run up here because this is what happens with the news. Then you have a little pullback right here. This pullback right here was boom. This pullback right here was negative 126 delta, and then we're starting to break this area right here. Okay, this is a very interesting area. Okay, let me get the little heat mapper up there. Some people like the heat map. What I got the settings for? I need to do. Oh, that would be cool. Instead of the line right here, we have a line to the left, a line to the right, and it says pulse map or something like that. I can't call it book map because there's something called book map. And this ain't book map. Okay, I can't compete with book map. I mean, my word, Bookmap has a handful full of developers like me. I've been coding for 15 years. They got a handful of me. I can't compete with multiple engineers. Are you kidding me? But I can build you something like it. We got 15 resting orders. Resting orders are set to 15. The DOM depth is set to 150. I don't need this thing set it to 500 or anything stupid like that because I really don't care what's way the heck up there. By the time we get up there, this is going to update anyways and tell me the numbers anyways, and all them numbers up there are going to change anyway. So why the heck do I care what's 500 DOM depth way the hell up there? Don't care. You shouldn't either. Oh, we got buying balance. Holy smokers. We got buying balance and we closed above the moving average. If you want to try and take a stab, you can take a stab. You just got to understand if you break that buying balance area, you got to get out. You just got to get out. You got to have some self discipline and you got to move to a break even. You got to have some self discipline, people. Have some stinking self discipline. Okay. So I got me a little bit and I moved to a break even. Why? Well, because that's the kind of crap I do, man. That's the kind of crap I do. I give me some. I moved to a break even. I paid myself. Why? Because the bank account enjoys it. The wife enjoys it. The kid enjoys it because I get to buy toys. You know, and also you kinda have to get out too because you kinda run up here, you kinda see this up in this area right here, and you're like, "Ooh, wee, I gotta take me I gotta put some money in the bank up in this mother lover. I gotta move to a break even, okay? It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is, okay? It's just the way it is. Boy, there's a lot of bubbles up in here. Can't even see the stinking candles. Okay, so we had a buy and bounce right here. Okay, there was a buy and bounce. We closed above the moving average. The moving average is flatlining. You got the 5 minute green candle. The 5 minute moving average is sloping downwards a little bit. This is somewhat of a counter trend trade. We could be moving up and moving into a balanced market to piss off new traders that are trying to go long. This is just the environment that you're in. So what do? You pay yourself a little bit and you move to a break even, okay? And then you try to get yourself a runner, try to get yourself a runner from here to here and try to pay yourself what? 50 points? There you go. Hallelujah. Did you get all that? Did you get all that? You got to be careful up here. You had 150 sellers right up in this area right here. Okay. I wish I had more real estate to stream. You know, I don't know how this is gonna look, but if I got a big, I think it's QHD, monitor, big screen monitor QHD. I think on OBS I can use the whole stinking screen. Which, hey, that'll be fine. At least I'll be able to have more real estate. Okay. Uh, And also, you got to think about this. On the 2 minute, we had a run up here. We had this little pullback right here. You got the 3 delta. Had this pullback. I have 126 negative delta. You got this candle with a buy and bounce that closed above the moving average. That's flatlining. You're breaking the high of that previous right there. Boom, you got that. And then the delta is 173. So it went from 126 to 173. It's about 350 positive delta shift right there. About 350 350 delta shift roughly, if my math is correct. If not, I'm stupid. Don't know what I'm talking about. Uh, Boy, it would have been a better green day if I didn't click them buttons for shits and giggles. That's what happens in the morning. I drink a lot of coffee, get hyped up, and get stupid. We got a little inside bar right there on that 2 minute right there. You see that 2 minute right there? You see this high right here, that low right there? You see that high? You see that low? We're like right in the middle of it. Look at that. We're right in the middle of that. If we break this area right here, boy, it could be well, but you got a lot of sellers up in here that you got to get through. If you can get to 20 points, you better be paying yourself and moving to a break even to see if you can get the see if those all these shorts up in here get the crap squeezed out of them. If they can get the crap squeezed out of them, you good to go. You see what I'm talking about? You got to get that delta coming in. You got to get that delta coming in. You get that delta coming in, you get up here in these up in this short area right here, and you see some offers sitting on the books. You see some offers sitting on the books right here. You better get out. I wouldn't say get out, but at least pay yourself. Like I always say, pay yourself. Okay, you only got about 55 sitting up there at 440, at 540, 540, 540. Yeah, see, yeah, financial interest of the sellers. Financial interest of the sellers. See, this is where I get impatient. I just cut a trade because it takes too stinking long. I guess that comes from the days of trading the low float pump and dumps. Because I wrote a stock screen scanner in Rust that scanned breaking news that I paid for an API system, and then I'd get breaking news like, "Hey, this piece of crap company has got positive phase two, blah blah blah," and people would dump into it, and then be like, "Oh, okay," and then I just go ahead and just pile into it, get green, sell half, and then just sell the other half when it starts moving back down. Them low float pump and dumps were fun, but man, it'll stress you the hell out. You can't do market orders. You got to do the limit orders, and I used to use offsets and stuff to get in and out pretty quickly with light speed. Uh, nope, we ain't doing that. And we're going to come down here and test this area right here because right here you had that sell imbalance. Right here you had that buy imbalance. This is where I got in, and then I got out up in this area because of weakness. But you're coming down here. This is what you want to see. You want to see them stacking on the bids right there. That them 30s right there, them 30s right there. You need to see them stacking on the bid and start lifting the offer like they're doing. Okay, but you got 240 some negative delta. That's pretty big negative delta compared to 100, 292, 173. That's pretty big negative delta. Okay, that could be absorption too, folks. That could be absorption for a run up. We don't know, but what we do know is that we had a nice little run up on the 2 minute here, and now we're consolidating in this area. We are in a balanced market area for the past 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 minutes. Boom. I see we got 400 negative delta. You got to look at the bids here. Did they keep refreshing? Are they lifting the offer, or are they hitting the bid pretty heavily? Well, looks like they're just having a nice little battle. Okay, they're starting to hit the bid. Ooh, that's interesting. The reason that's interesting is we ran down and they aggressively ran right back up into that balanced area. Okay, we're below the moving average on the 5 minute red candle. 2 minute moving average sloping down. 2 minute red candle. I would not be going trying to go long, to be quite honest. Uh, this is not an area where you want to try and really do anything. You got to put the odds in your favor. So I got green for today because after I had a brain fart and was clicking buttons early morning, I finally dug myself out of a hole, and now I finally got green. Eyes are green for today because I had a brain fart in the morning clicking buttons. What's up? Tried to negotiate with your mom and you lost, didn't you? Yeah. Hey, hey, come here. Hey. Oh, what you looking for? All right. I got the office door open so the kid knows to come in if wanted. Oh, you a sneaky little thing, ain't you? Oh, you a sneaky little. Don't worry, I ain't gonna rat you out. I'm too busy. It's actually interesting trying to watch you do it. Here comes mama, you better run. All right. We're kind of flatlining right here. You see this? It's kind of flatlining. kind of flatlining, folks. We had a little bit of fireworks up in here. It got me a little bit, not much. It's 1 o'clock. No, that's not what I wanted. Breaking golf, and that's old news. So for the whole stinking day, between my wins and losses, positive 20 points. Hmm. Alrighty. So we're just sitting here. We're just sitting here. Yes, I'm 20-point positive for today. I mean, that's good. I mean, the environment that we're in, yeah, that's pretty decent. Better than blowing accounts. Uh, here, let me go. Let me go and show you the chart trader. Some people haven't seen the chart trader. Let me do this on a sim account. So the chart trader right here. Uh, when you shift left click, it gets you into a market order. Wait a minute, you got to come down here and click on CT for chart trader. Okay, well, let's just click a sell. So you get order filled and you get one contract, and you can take your stop loss and drag it up here. You can take your target and move the target down in there. Okay, you can cancel your targets. You can click the X button to totally move out of the trade, to totally close the trade if you want. If you already have a current stop, you can actually update the stop just by dragging and dropping again. I need to put a little tab here so where you can come down here and it's where you can have a little tab right here so you can actually move it down. Okay. And then you can lock in some profits if you want. I need to have a tab so you can trail it down. All right, it got filled. But that's what I really need to do. I really need to do that. But you got a chart trader here. Also, you got HK for hotkeys. All right. Okay. So that is how the chart trader works. Yeah. Hey, can you close my door there, Kel? You're very. I don't mind you being in the office, but shenanigans are not invited. Okay. Um. Uh. All right. Where was I? I got the office door closed now. Yeah, the chart trader. Okay, HK hotkeys. The hotkeys are right there. HK for hotkeys. all the commands are up on the site. I mean, if you do, let's say you do shift buy, that buys it. You can do shift B to buy. You can move to a break even. Uh, shift E for br- break even, then it gets you out. Okay. Uh, there's going to be more added. Okay. This just is very basic chart trader to get you going. Okay. It's just very basic chart trader to get you going. Okay. Just a very basic chart trader to get you going. Boy, I was kinda hoping we kinda test them and get a little short squeeze, but I guess not. I guess we're not gonna get that. We got 140 right there. That's pretty interesting. Oh, we got some buyers coming in here. We got a nice little battle coming in here. We got a 5-minute red candle. We got 140 buyers. We're below the moving averages, so, if they get caught and we close on a 2-minute and we close below them buyers right there, that could be an area where they might not want to be. Okay, we got some buyers up in here because you had them up in here. If we close below that, we could go test this low right up in this area. We don't know. I need to be done for the day because I got myself out of a hole and I'm up 20 points. So I need to be done for the day. I need to be disciplined enough to close the execution window down. Shut down Rhythmic Trader Pro, get everything and be done. Them buyers got 140, 150 positive delta. Boy, they are really trying, ain't they? I can't go long here. There's no way I can go long. Why? Well, the moving average on 5 minutes is sloping downwards. I mean, you can if you want to try. You got some good buyers up in here. You got the sellers that are getting absorbed right up in this area. So, but it's hard for me to do that. It's really hard for me to do that. And look where you're at. You're right up in this area, all this volume up in here, and the point of control, all this it's just not ideal. It's just not ideal. Um, really not ideal. Um, let me, yeah, so if you want to use the add-on, there's a free license key. You can use it until tomorrow. This weekend, I think Sunday, I'm going to have to remove the free license key. You're just going to have a 30-day. If you buy it, use it for 30 days. If you don't like it, send a support email and say, I want my money back. So, okay. Nothing else is going on. We got 80 sitting on the bids there at 460, 460. You got about 60 sitting on the bids right there. They're getting filled. They're getting filled. That's not a that is a fill, and that is negative delta being brought in. You got 36 sitting on the bid at 4.5. Yeah, I'm sitting on the bid at 4.5 right there. Are they going to get filled? They're getting filled. Are they refreshing it? They're refreshing the bids though. They're refreshing the bids. So up, they kind of dip down. Are they going to move right back up in that area? This kind of stuff you really need to be looking at. You need to be looking to see if the big sellers are coming in, and then are the bids getting refreshed? And they were getting refreshed right up in there. But yeah, 50 came in. These bubbles, the opacity means the delta. The lighter the opacity, the lower the delta. The darker the opacity of the bubble, the higher the delta. That's just how I coded it. See, it's hard for me to go long here just because, for one, the 5 minute is friggin' red. They're starting to lift the offer. They're starting to lift it pretty aggressively. Boy, they yanked that up there. I don't know how much that was. It didn't look like very much because the map is not lit up. Uh, what we got here? We got all those buyers up in there. It has some large sellers right up in this area right here. This is where the news came out, and we're right up in this area where the buyers were, and they ran this thing up. We're right up in that area. We're still sloping down on the 2 minute. Okay, we're still sloping down on the 2 minute. The 5 minute, we're still sloping down on the moving average. Uh, if you try to take longs, you're counter trend trading. It's very dangerous unless you know exactly what you're doing. I kind of suck at it a little bit. What I'm good at is trend trading with my base hits. Find trapped buyers or sellers, or find heavy buyers or sellers for support. That's what I'm good at. I'm not good at getting your 50, 100 point runs, but I'm good at getting base hits and passing evals. I don't pass them in 1 to 2 days, but I do pass them. I just get my base hits. So if you're looking for fireworks and massive runs, you're not going to get it from me. I mean, I'm positive 20 points for the day between my wins and losses. It's just like an average day. Not even average day. Well, yeah, I would say an average day. A little less than average. It is what it is. We got some nice. All right, we got a 5 minute green candle now. Look at the volume on that 5 minute. Got some nice big sell volume that came in there. We're trading above where the previous 140 buyers came in. Now, if we close above on the 2 minute and we close above the point of control, above all this negative delta right here, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, all this negative delta. If we close up in this area right up in here, that's going to be nice. Try and catch a long. It's like 110. I can't be too risky. I can't because I'm green for today. I'm up 20 points positive of all my trades. I made some stupid trades this morning. I tell you guys to sit on your hands and wait. I don't care if you have to wait 1 or 2 hours to get a couple good trades, do it, but I need to take my own stinking advice and not click buttons for shits and giggles. Um, so we're right up here at the point of control. This is why do I have the point of control in the 2 minute and on the 5 minute? Here, let me get this off of here. I thought I got it off. I guess not. Now I did. Okay. It's more like it. Thank you. Now I can see the 5 minute a little bit more. I need to find out if I can do some. Come on, man. What are you going to be doing? You got 51 buys. Uh, mm, mm, mm. We are below the point of control. We got all these buyers right here. You see all those buyers right there? You have those big negative sellers right there too, and you got some sellers up in this area. You have a little bit. This area right here, this area right here, where that sell and bounce and those big sellers were, that right there. If you can get past that area, we try to get past it right here. I got a trade off up in this area. I got a long, took half off, got it got me out at my break even on my runners. Uh, but that's just the name of the game, folks. Ooh, we kind of skipped down on that. I'm not going to try and take you long right now. I need to see some big signs, and you're right there at the point of control. You got a lot of negative delta right here from 483 to basically 478. 478 to 483, you got a lot of negative delta. You need to chew through that. If you try to go long right up in there, you could get your butt handed to you. So don't be doing that. That's just my advice. That's my educational point for today. You see what I'm talking about? Now, if you tried to go long right there, you got your ass handed to you right now because I told you, you got to get past that delta. See, I was looking to get long, but I need some things to happen. I need to close up in here. Okay, you got this big positive delta. We got to choose through this negative delta right here. You got to choose through this negative delta right here. We need to close up in this area right here on the 2 minute. Then we can try to get long. Okay. But until then, if you try to go long up in here, you're going to get your butt handed to you more than likely. Okay. It's just what the statistical averages tell me. Now you're really getting your butt handed to you if you got long when I told you not to. Educational purposes only. All right. Let's look at 5 minutes. This is pretty good education thing. This is pretty good education. Pretty good education. You got some big buyers up in here. Nice big green. And look at all this friggin' selling volume. Look at all that stinking selling volume. You need to get above this shit right here. You can double click on the chart and recenter it. Oh boy. So yeah, the free license key, you can use it tomorrow. After tomorrow, there's no more free license key. Uh, Actually, this has been free to use for 2 months. Heavy develop Most of the development has been done in 2 months time frame. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. I am friggin' worn out. 450 negative delta on the 5 minute. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. Pretty big, folks. Pretty big. If you get above that four half area and that volume, you got low volume right here. You might be able to get back up, but they need to really step up if they want to try to reclaim this area. They got a lot of work this thing can do. You got a lot of stinking work to do. Hey, does anybody know if you can connect Ninja Trader to DX feed? Because I would love to be able to do that. I need to send a support email to Ninja Trader and see if it can be done and how to do it. You see this right here? That negative selling right there on that 5 minute. That's where we need to get past. Ugh. Yeah. All right. We might be getting somewhere, folks. If we can get up there. See, 9:30. Take a look at this. We kind of sold off this morning. I missed me a nice big short right there. Oh well, it happens. Nice little runs. I got some good longs up in here. I got me a short right here, but I missed it when the news came out and it totally collapsed. I got out, and then about a minute later, the news hit, and then it was drove it down. And we had a buy and bounce right here on the 5 minute. We had a buy and bounce right up in here. Okay, we had a nice little run up. Uh, Other than that, we're just sitting there, kind of in the middle of where we started. This is going to be a nice balanced day on the volume profile. I bet you it's going to be a nice balanced day. Let's bring up the profile. Let's take a look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What are we doing? Negative 41, close above. Negative 58 delta, close above. Little divergence going on. We got some volume being filled out on the 5 minute, as you can see right here on the 5 minute right here. See how that volume is being filled out. We got light volume right up in this area. Okay, right here from here to 467 to 452. You got some light volume. So if we get going, you can travel through that area pretty quickly. Why? Because that was light volume on this 5 minute candle right here. This 5 minute red candle, that was light volume. So we could come up here and test a moving average, 5 minute moving average. I'm just saying we could. More than likely, uh, you travel through low volume areas pretty quickly, statistically. The 5 minute was a close above with a negative 206 delta. A little divergence there on the previous 5 minute. A little bit of divergence there. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just. I don't know. Is that a song? I don't know. I don't need to be singing. I need to be paying attention. 2 minute, got a little doji right there on the previous 2 minute. That's an indecision. Don't know where it's going to do. Is it going to come? It's making lower lows, lower highs. I mean, it's definitely bearish. Ugh. Oh, come on. This would have been a better day if Bullnox didn't screw me again. I tried to flatten a trade that was up like 20 points and I couldn't do it. And by the time I got to Rhythmic Trader Pro and flattened the trade, I was break even. You got to be kidding me, Bullnox. You struck again. You see what I talk about? Yep. Lightly traded areas. Let's see if we can move it on up. Move it on up. Moving, moving, moving. Get them doggies moving. Rawhide. Okay. Them doggies rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep them doggies rolling. Rawhide. And it's rawhide. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. I Man, I don't have no crystal ball, but I got me some bubbles and I got me some candlesticks to tell me what the heck I'm looking at. I ain't got no crystal ball, but I do got bubbles. I got me some volume bars. Moving, moving, moving. Keep them doggies moving. Rawhide. Rawhide. All right. Actually, right here, you had the close right there with 155. You had 58 sellers right here. You had some sellers right up in there. You closed up in there. Them little mother lovers going to be taking some heat. So they just kind of said, oh, screw this. I'm out. I don't want none of that shit. So you get yourself about 15 points. Oh, moving, moving, moving. I'm just saying. Remember what I said earlier about them low volume areas? You had this low volume area right up in here. You had this low volume area right here. Okay. You don't see none of that stinking crap right here. You ain't going to see that. You got to go to a volume candle. Now you can see the low volume area. We had 206 negative delta. We closed above it. You get on in on that break, you start seeing the volume moving. You just mark it in. You put your stop down here, and then you kind of kiss the moving average. Get yourself about 20 points. Moving, moving, moving. Keep them dogs. You see, you see what I talk about. You see what I'm talking about. You see. Anybody get that move on that low volume area? What little divergence 206. I need to write me some code that says, hey, you got some big negative delta and you closed above, and there should be a little flashing sign right there that says, yo, look at me. Say, yo, look at me. You've got to look at me. And where do you execute it? You can execute it on the 2 minute right here. You had to close above the moving average. You have 58 sellers right there. You closed above it. You're getting ready. You're breaking through on this about 5 minute high right there on low volume on this candle right here. That we had the big little sell off. So you just kind of have to go bloop. Kind of have to go bloop. You can take some off up there if you want for about 15, 20 points. If you have to sit here for an hour or two to get yourself 20 points, you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. Yeah, it would be nice. I have thought about that. I have thought about that. I mean, we could have a little notification center, maybe a floating window that you can drag around that kind of tells you stuff like that. Uh, because they're all over the stinking place. Like this right here. You got 150 sellers, you got 89 sellers, and we closed above it. The 85 positive delta ain't all that, but you can get up there, and then you could probably get yourself about 5 points, move to a break even, try to get yourself a pop. I mean, you can do that. I mean, it happens. It happens on the 5 minute as too. It happens on the 5 minute as well, folks. You see that 150 right here, 150 sellers. Largest single order was 13 contracts right there. We closed above it. The moving average is sloping upwards. You get in on the break of that. Uh, you took a little heat right here, and then you can sell up in here once you lose that volume area. I mean, that's like 15 points. The market ain't moving very much, man. Market ain't moving very much. This buyer right here, the market was moving down, and you had this buyer right here, 140 buyer, but we closed right here. It would be really nice if you opened here and you closed right here, okay, and you closed down in this area, okay, you close right down this area. That's a trap the buyer to go short, okay. But that really it didn't close. I'm very picky about this kind of stuff and get yourself about 20 points. I am kind of picky about that because like I'm not I'm I'm not putting my stop way up here. I'm putting my stop where the large buyer was a little bit above, and also I'm looking at the volume. Okay, where I'm putting my stop. I'm not putting it where everybody else puts it. I mean, if 95% of traders are wrong, then why the hell are you following them? We got an inside bar right there on the 2 minute. Look at that. Look at that. That is pretty nice. We had a run up. We have a pullback. We got a nice little inside bar. And break of that bar. You got the volume on the 5 minute. I mean, you got wait 100 delta positive, 100 delta. You got 106. It really needs to surge to like 150. Be nice. Then 150, 200. Then like 1,000. 1,000. No, who knows? Might not get there, might not get there, but it would be nice, folks. It really would be nice. You got 174 buyer right there on the previous 5 minute right there. You got that little seller right there that's kind of Come on, man. Squeeze the shit out of that little mother lover. Squeeze that little shitter. Squeeze the shit out of him. Squeeze the shit out of all these sellers. 120 positive delta. We're above the point of control. If this thing 130, we need 150 delta. 150 delta. Come on, 150. 150 delta. 150 delta. 150 delta. I'm out. I don't like that. Screw that. Take my measly little pointer and move the hell on. Don't like that. The delta was climbing, then it was falling. I'm a big believer in delta, folks. I'm a big believer in delta. I likes me some delta, folks. I likes me some delta. Okay. We had a run up here and then we kind of pulled back. We had an inside bar right there. Boom. Kind of inside bar. I guess we traded right here. We kind of broke that. I mean, the delta was 196, but the run up, you had 155, 480 delta, and then you got a 200 delta right there. Then you had a little inside bar right there with basically delta neutral. You got to get yourself a little bit, put your stop down here. You kind of break up here. You see that 53. You see the delta is not climbing. It's not climbing. It starts falling. Then you just cut the friggin' trade. You can always get back in. You can always get back in. Or you can just wait for the next trade. Who cares? Move on with your 10 points. Wait for the next trade. If it pops and moves 50 points, who cares? You know, the market ain't going nowhere. I've been trading this mother lover for 10 years, and the thing ain't going nowhere. Okay? It's always going to be around. Okay? Except for like government holidays when it's closed and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. But other than that, it's always around. Okay, it's always around. It closes, has to take a rest for about an hour from 5 to 6. You know, it needs to have eaten. It needs to have dinner, so it eats dinner. Okay, it opens back up Sunday at 6 p.m. and you go at it again. The market's always going to be here. Okay, sure, I missed some trades. Hell, I missed some. I missed some trades this morning. Do I care? No, I could care less. I got me that attitude. I could care less. Don't worry about missing trades. They'll always be here. You see, the delta did not climb that very well. The delta wasn't climbing. Remember when I said I wanted to go from like 1/4 to 150, 150 to 200? I wanted to go like 1,000 delta, but the thing wasn't climbing. It started falling. Then I was like, screw you, I'm out. I'm taking my measly little pointers and moving along, taking my ball and go home. I thought you wanted to play ball in Q, but I guess not. Guess not. You want to go back down on 300 negative delta. That's fine with me. Look at a big old wick on that 5 minute. Oh well. You know, you get you some right up in this area. Get yourself about 10, 15 points. Get yourself up in this area. Get yourself about 5 points, maybe 5, 6 points. You know, it all adds up. $100 here and there. Before you know it, you got like 5, 8 points here and there. You take a couple winners, you get yourself more winners than losers. I mean, 5 points don't sound like a lot, but you do that a handful of times, and guess what? You got yourself a six-figure income. It's all about being consistent. See, here's the thing. You got all these full port gambling degenerates that want to blow eight evals and pass two of them. Okay, and then get four funded accounts, blow three of them, pass one of them, and hopefully they make more money on that one that they pass that will go ahead and cover all their business costs of blowing the other ones because that's their mentality as a full port gambling degenerates. Some of them make some people make pretty good decent living doing that. Some people do spend $10,000 a month to make 30, you know. That's $20,000 net. That's pretty damn good money right there. That's a business expense for them. But what happens when these fake prop firms all of a sudden blow up or go away or get regulated? Now, where are they at? They over at McDonald's slinging hamburgers. That's what they doing because they can't friggin' trade. Boy, I went from 0 to 100 real quick. Prop firms getting regulated and blowing up. Boy, that was something. You see what happens late in the afternoon? I start going crazy. Uh, so now, okay, so I extended the imbalance areas. Okay, the imbalanced areas are extended a little bit more. It only goes out about 5 bars. So this one got extended out here. One, two, three, four. The fourth bar traveled through it, so it cut it off. But on the fifth bar, it's not gonna. It's just gonna stop going over, going all the way over. I got it. It's hard coded to 5 bars. It's hard coded to 5 bars. Maybe in the future, I can have you set that to whatever you want. If you want 10 bars, it can extend out to 10 bars. And if any bars within them 10 bars travel through it, it gets sliced off. Uh, the heck are we doing again? We ran up and now we're starting to consolidate. And some people call this a bull flag. I don't know what the heck to call it. I know what to do is they come up here and it likes to auction around and find value, pissing off new traders. That's what it likes to do. And then we took a trade right here in the middle of it and just took some profits off there because I saw the weakness coming in, and then we kind of came back down here. So I ain't going to be doing no more trading up in here. Why? Well, because for one thing, you got a wick on that 5 minute, and you got a big wick on that 5 minute. I need some more confirmation what the heck we're going to be doing before I start clicking buttons, giving money back that I made this morning after I dug myself out of a hole. I mean, I'm up 25 points, so why the heck am I going to give money back if I don't need to? If I'm 25 points green, why the heck am I going to be clicking a button on a non A plus setup? There ain't no stupid way. You got 80 sitting on there on the offer at 500. 75 sitting on the offer at 500, 75 at 500. Uh, do 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 do. Hmm. 53, 54. Oh, at 54, it was right there. Very low delta. What was that 53? The 53 and that 54, those bubbles right there, 53, 54, that was low delta. Because on a live pulse, the opacity of the bubbles depends on how high the delta. Low opacity, low delta. Dark bubble, high delta. So they yanked that 75 down to 30. So they yanked it. We're above the point of control. Yeah, this is an area that's hard to trade. You got 54, 53. You could get a breakout in a run, or you could get ran right back down to the bottom here. Okay, you got to be careful. Uh, you got some pretty big 107. Wow, you got 107 up in there. If you do take a stab, you got to keep a tight stop, folks. You got to keep a tight stop if you're going to take a stab at this. And as soon as you get green, you got to be able. As soon as you get green enough, you got to be able to move to a break even. You need that delta to go from three to three quarter, three half. You need that delta to go to three half. If this stinking thing don't go to three half real freaking quickly, you got to cut the stinking trade, man. Starting to lift. You got to look over there on the live pulse. We're starting. I mean, if they start lifting the offer, that would be nice. If you lift the stinking offer, uh, got to get out. I don't like that. I got to get out. I don't like that. Back in. I'm out. I'm back in. I mean, come on, get the 510 at least. Get the 510 at least. You little effer. If we break this high, we could be going to 510 if we can get there. If we can get the friggin' volume to pick up, man. Oh my word, you're like friggin' trading the bond market over. Get your ass moving. Please. Can you move? I'm out. I don't like that. I've tried you twice. I'm done with your stupid butt. I took two friggin' break evens. I'm done with you. You ain't breaking. Now you can run without me. I'll wait for a pullback. I don't like it because ain't no stinking volume. It's like 145. I gave a few points back. I gave a couple points back on two tries. Now I'm back down to 20 points for the day. Oh well. You see, I'm very disciplined about getting the heck out. I don't let no stinking trade uh, try to eat my butt for too much, and then I average down, and then a scalp trade turns into a hope trade. I used to do that, but I don't do that no more. I see what I'm talking about when I said I wanted that 300 to get to three quarters to 350 on that delta because I need for the delta to start climbing. I need for buyers to start stepping up and lifting that offer and start eating them mother lovers. But they didn't do that. So I cut the trade. I saw it at 60. I'm like, cut the trade. Then we came back in, got in here, cut the trade. We started going in here, got in here. We weren't lifting it. We weren't breaking that area. So I just cut the trade. I'm out. Why the hell am I going to take 15 points of heat? I'm only up 20 points for the day. So why the hell am I going to take a 10, 15 point stop out? That's idiotic in my opinion. I ain't doing that. I'll get out at break even. I don't care. I ain't giving my money back. The market was willing enough to give me. I might have to be done for the day. It's 2 o'clock. I might have to stop clicking buttons. The longer the day goes on, the worse it gets for me. Statistically, that's what happens. You little turd, don't you do this. Don't you make me click this button. Do not make me click the previous 2 minutes, negative 200 delta. Looks like a bearish golfing candle. Don't have bush. I don't know what we got up in here. We got some indecision up in here. Is what we got on the 2 minute. You got up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. They don't know what the heck they want to do. Oh my word! You got to be kidding me. You effer. Squeeze the shit out of that 52, please. You got 85 sitting on an offer at 510. 90 at 510. 90 offer at 510. You got about 150 sitting up there at 510, 511. About 150 at 510, 511. All right, that's it. That's it. I am stinking closing my freaking order execution. I tried it 3 times and I didn't make it. Out you go, you stupid effer. I'm not giving back the profits I made. So I'm just closing out my order execution. I tried it 3 effing times. I tried it 3 effing times. I tried it 3 effing times. And I know myself. I know myself. Tried it out. Tried it out. Tried it out. 3 friggin' times. So I got to close the execution order. See, this is where it runs without you, but I don't care because I've already closed the execution order. I'm not letting the green day turn into a break even day. The way this market is, ain't no way in hell I'm allowing that. You gotta have some self discipline. Tomorrow's Friday. I'll go trade another account. That's fine. I'm not letting this funded account. See, I've already made money. I was already up 20 points. Now I was up 25 points. And I was down, and then I'm up 20 points. Get back 5 points. See, this is where people get in trouble. This is where people get in trouble. This is why I closed the execution window just now because I tried it 3 effing times and I couldn't get it done. Okay, tried to get the breakout for 3 freaking times, cannot get it done. Okay, I gotta close it out because if you don't do it, it is going to chop you all to hell. Okay, uh, so I'm done for the day with my executions. I mean, it ain't a big day. It's 18 points. Who cares? Another day. Tomorrow it could be a 50-point day, 100-point day. We don't know. But this is where traders get into a situation where, okay, let's say you're up $500 for the day. Okay, you're up $500 for the day. You made most of your money in the morning. You're up $500. Let's say it's 1 o'clock and you're up $500. Okay, let's say you keep clicking buttons around 1:30 to 2:30. Okay, you keep clicking buttons, and now that $500 is $300. Okay, most people are going to be like, well, I was up 500 and now I only got 300. I want the $200 back that the market took from me. That is the mentality that most people have. I want the money that the market took from me. For one thing, the market didn't take shit from you. You gave it back to the market. market, just like I just did, just like you saw me do 3 effing times. I gave money back to the market. Market didn't take it from me. I gave it to the stupid market 3 times. This is where traders get into into the mindset of I want my money back. Well, you shouldn't have gave it up to begin with. You should have stopped while you were ahead. Here, now that I'm not clicking buttons anymore, let's go look at the profile. NQM6. NQM6, we'll just do both. We'll do, I don't know, 20 days. Let's look at 5 minutes. Let's look at 64, and we'll kind of come right up in this area. Look at this. Look at this. Balanced distribution day. Look at that. Boom. Nice big balanced day. Okay, let's come back over here and take off the point of control. We went above the overnight highs a little bit. This little gray area right there. Nice big distribution day. Okay. Well, right up in here, like tomorrow, depends on what overnight is. But tomorrow, right here, this could be support area, and right up in here is definitely some support area. Right up in that area, right there. Okay. So, is that going to get all whacked out on me again? Yes. I gotta redo this friggin' thing, man. I gotta redo that. I need to use these windows that I tried some new code. I tried out and I thought it would be better and it made it worse. Um, I need to do what I did on these windows here. Uh, and I need to do these windows here and take the logic of the volume profile and the type of window that I've made right up in this area. Type of windows I made for order flow pulse is what I need to do for the volume profile. I tried something new, and I was like, you know what? Let me try something. When you always redo something, it probably makes it better. Well, no, it made it worse. Uh, so I got to take the volume profile logic and throw it into the window right up here. Use the code that I wrote the order flow pulse window. 'Cause that works good. Okay, this all works good. Okay, this all works good. Uh, no problems, but somehow the new code I wrote was kind of crappy for the volume profile. That's why it says beta. You see, this is where people they try to get in here, to get out, try to get in here to get out here. You get chopped up 3 times like I did. And if I would have held the trade, I'd be stinking down here. You'd be friggin' you're down here yeah, you were up 25 points. Now you're down 40 points and you're kicking yourself in the jimmy because you're like, why am I so stupid? Well, because you gave, yeah. Self discipline, folks. You need self discipline. If you ain't got self discipline, you're not going to make it in the financial markets. If you don't have self discipline, you're not going to make it. Well, that was a selling balance right up at the top, too, man. 2 o'clock. Boy, that would be. That's some big negative delta right there on that 2 minute. About 50 sitting on the offer at 4.5. It's sitting there too long. There we go. Gonna get a bounce off of that. Get right up in here where these buyers were earlier. Okay. Yeah, if I was trying to get short right there, I'd be cutting it because it's taking way too stinking long. Pressure on the hammer. Let me here. I gotta get rid of these bubbles. Let me go to a 75. There we go. Yeah, got sell and bounce right there. That was a little hard to take because you got 93 sell, but we closed above it. That's just, and then you had all them little tiny buyers in there. See, this is what always happens late afternoon. I close down my terminal and the market goes all nuts on us. Happened to me yesterday. It's been happening to me all week. All last week too. Closed down the terminal late afternoon. Market starts moving. 3 o'clock. You got about another hour for power hour. Another hour till power hour. Look at the volume up there on the selling up in this on the 5 minute. You see that right there? All that selling volume right there is coming from this area right here. You see it? You see all that selling volume right there? That's coming from these sellers right here. So if you start breaking up into this volume area right here, you remember what I said about low volume areas right here? That the majority of the time they get traded through pretty quickly, and we could possibly come up here to 475. Well, I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. You got a lot of pressure. The problem is you got a lot of pressure right here at 575. That is a lot of negative delta. Okay. Unless you got some large players that are willing to push this market through that low volume area right there, uh, it ain't going to happen. But unless you got some big players that really want to push it up there, got slightly on 2 minute, you got 80 negative delta, and it's basically a neutral. There we go. We couldn't break that. You got the big volume area right here on the 5 minute, big volume area right there on the 5 minute. You got 125 buyers stepping in. Boy, they are really, you got to be aware. Wick. Remember how I said that 93 and then how I said we closed above it? Look at them sellers. Look at that wick. We closed above it. I mean, that's just don't no, you don't go short. That's not this could be trapped sellers, what this could be. And those wicks kind of told you a hell of a lot. Because remember I said earlier that 93, but we closed above it? Then you had 84, then you had 84, 81. 93, we closed above it. 84, 84, we closed above it. The delta wasn't negative, it was positive 49. Then you had all of a sudden down in here, you have a big buyer coming in. 47 of it was one single order. And then we shot up from here to here, about 20 points. Uh, Nothing going on with the news that I know of. But these are the small things that you really need to think about. You really need to think about. A lot of people just see, oh wow, I see large sellers, so I'm just going to sell. Uh, no, that's not how it goes. How it goes is you see large sellers, then you see a close above that large seller. You see these large sellers, and you see a close above, but you see these stinking wicks right here. Okay, that is what you see. That means that from that means from here to here, aggressive buyers lifting the offer. From here to here, aggressive buyers lifting the offer to close up here. That's what you should be seeing. That's probably what you would have seen right here. Okay, right here. The thing is, you got wicks right here. You had to run up. You had wick right here. Aggressive sellers hitting the bid, pushing it back down. You have a wick right here. This telling me stay the heck away from this whole area. You see, I like sometimes you'll hear me say sexy chart. I need some sexy charts. I need a sexy candles. Okay. This right here is not a sexy candle to me. That's telling me something is going on. Okay. I need I need something sexy, like some run up, some little selling right there, some buying up in here, a little inside bar, something sexy to try to get yourself like 10 points, okay? $200 here and there. Do a few trades like that throughout the day, it's a six-figure income for the year if you're consistent. That's the thing, you gotta be consistent. You gotta be consistent. You can't be them one-hit wonders and full port degenerates and stuff like that. I treat this as a video game. I'll go right ahead. Most people don't have thousands of dollars to be buying evals, blowing them left and right, and then getting a bunch of funded accounts below 80% of them and get payouts on the others and hope that the profits are more than you've spent. Most people don't have that option. 125. So you see that 5 minute, 125 buyers, but then we hit them 125 buyers, 57 single order. We closed right here. I'm thinking we break this area right here. I'm thinking we break this area right here. Power hour could be very interesting. Market likes basic auction market theory. Market ran up. Market likes to find value. It will find it more to the upside or it will find it to the downside. But right now we're in a big 5 minute auction. Right now, inside that auction, I'm seeing more buyers and sellers. There's a little seller right up in here. seller right up in here, but I'm seeing more buyers, large buyers. That don't mean that we're going straight up. I'm thinking if these buyers are going to be taking too much heat by breaking this area, they're going to be like, screw this. We're going to take our profits or our break evens and move on and trade another day. Here, let me close out Rhythmic because I really don't need that anymore. I already gave back some of my shit. I ain't giving back more. I know when to stop. Today's not the day to be making $1,000, and I know that. So I'm just going to go ahead and take my money and move on. Take my freaking money and move on. Okay. You see how that 125 body right there, we closed below it, and I said we start losing that area. Well, now we're starting to lose it. You got about 70 sitting on the bid of 410. You got 70 sitting on the bid of 410. You got 75, 410, 75 bid, 410, 76, 410. Ooh, you got some sellers up in that mother lover. Ooh. We're gonna get a bounce. We're gonna get aggressive. We're gonna start lifting the offer and get aggressive. What you gonna do? Because if you're in a short right here, you better be stinking thinking about if you're in a short right here and you're right up in here and you've got yourself 18 points, you better, better not let a winner turn into a loser. Start trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel some off. Okay. You better not let a winner turn into a loser. That's all I gotta say. This happens every day, every time every single damn time I do not want to give money back and I close my terminal, stuff like this happens. It's been happening all friggin' week. And all I can do is just sit here and watch it. Tomorrow's another day to trade. Look at that 650 delta, negative 650 delta climbing on a 5 minute. Boy, NQ, you gonna shit the bed, ain't you? You gonna shit the bed, ain't you? Go ahead, do it, do it. You know, if I was thinking, I could have flipped one of these charts and turned on Chart Trader. I could have turned on Chart Trader and flipped one of these to my funded account and traded. I didn't think quick enough. Maybe if this gets big, if this add-on gets big enough, I'll have to put in a lockout feature for you. All right, this is where you'd be taking some damn profits. This is where you be taking some of them profits, folks. I'm trying to tell you, this is where you start taking some of them profits. Okay. You get in here, you're down here at about 30 points. You better be stinking taking some profits. Can it dump more? Absolutely, it can. But don't be a pig. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Trade like a monkey, see banana, take banana, peel a little bit off. Don't be a pig because pigs get slaughtered. Also, you got to think about this. You're in a big positive delta environment from earlier. See what I'm talking about? Don't be a pig. You got in on that short right there. If you, I can't tell you buy here, buy here, buy here. SEC will have my ass in a sling. I can't tell you that. This is for educational purposes. Okay. All I can tell you is I looked at a higher time frame and look what we saw 125 and on a 5 minute at 125 and we closed below it. And all I was saying is if we broke that area right here, you got that 125. You got all these buyers up in here that are taking heat. They're going to capitulate, and more than likely they did capitulate, and you could have got yourself about a 30-point winner. Now you got some more buyers stepping in because now it's financial interest up in this area. So I'm just saying, don't let a winner turn into a loser. See, this is where people saw profits, didn't take profits. It comes back to their break even. So they're hoping it'll reverse and go back and then dump on them. Then they start losing money. Then when they're down 20 points, they're like, "Oh man, just get me back to a break even. I'll just go ahead and get out. I'll never do this again." And then they do the same damn thing again. Yeah. So I hope. Did anybody get in on this short? That's the whole thing. Did anybody even get in on this? I mean, I can't tell you the sell here, short right here. I mean, I can't tell you, but I mean, does this all make sense? Like, 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 let's take a look at this 5 minute. Let's take a look at this 5 minute. I mean, seriously, let's just take a look at this because this is where it all happened. Okay, I tried to get long up in here, trying, but it didn't work out, and I got sliced up 3 times, and I gave back some of my profits I made throughout the day. So I just cut the damn execution box down. But let's take a look at this. Okay, you got some buyers up in here. Okay, all right, buyers all up in there. You got 125 buyer. You got the moving average sloping downwards. We're in a red candle. We closed below that 125 right there. If we start losing this area right here, more than likely, uh, if we were in that downtrend and we weren't in this chop right here, and if you trade below that area, you want to get in. Well, what you really want to do is creeping up on your booty. Um, what you really want to do is start losing this area right here, probably this one right here. You want to go ahead and go ahead and just mark it in, get short. Where are you going to put your stop? Well, you're going to put your stop up here. Why? Well, because for one, if they reclaim where this 125 47 single contract was, 47 contract single order, if they reclaim that and they start getting above here, above this area right here, more than likely they're gonna take control back, move it back up. Okay. But since you got this trapped buyer, we closed below it, guess what? We moved down. Guess what? You could have easily got yourself 30 points. It's just not rocket science. It's not rocket science. See the whole thing. I don't need a whole bunch of moving average and Fibonacci's and Gantt charts and and uh, all this ICT stuff telling me fair value gaps and the weeble wobble pattern, whatever the hell you want to call it. All I need is me some stinking bubbles to see where the large players are and some volume and a friggin' volume candle. The moving average is something I designed myself. Moving average is just Heiken ash sheet data smoothed out with a non-exponential moving average. It just tells me, hey, this is where the trend is. Trend's going down. Trend is going down. It just tells me the trend was flatline. Now the trend is going down. Now I've got a 125 buyer that steps into the market and we close below it. Well, they're not getting rewarded, so if we really close below here, below this consolidation area, are we going to get a break? Well, then all of a sudden the delta just started surging down. You have all this negative delta right up in here for these candles right here. The delta really got heavy up in here. Okay, really heavy up in here. Low volume, but we broke. Okay, that I mean you don't need a whole bunch of indicators to tell you that. when I very first started trading, and I threw in all kinds of stochastics, MACD, uh, all the moving averages, all the favorite moving averages, all this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, this dude Michael came out with some ICT stuff that just regurgitated information from auction market theory. And then, and his trading is not a strategy; it's just a concept. That's all it is. It's not a strategy; it's just a concept. Okay, but I don't need to be telling me nobody a fair value gap or weeble wobble, whatever the hell they want to call it. All I need me is some stinking volume and tell me where the large players are that are executing order slicing within microseconds. It's really all I need. Once you take a bunch of crap off your charts, you can probably trade better. I see some of these charts out there. I'm like, what? Where the hell is the candles? Where can you see where the open, high, low, close is? And then you got so many indicators on there that contradict each other, and it's like, and here's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing. They're all getting the same daggone information, the market data. It's a lagging indicator too. Kind of like my moving average here, lagging indicator. What's not lagging is seeing 125 buy orders slam into the market when we're moving down. And 47 contracts of it was one single order. And it happened within microseconds. See, I understand this. I just hope that I can explain it so other people understand it. If not, you'll eventually figure it out yourself, like I did. 219. See, right here, you really got to pay yourself. You really got to pay yourself in this environment right here. Okay, when you see the buyers start stepping in, just this is why you trade multiple contracts. So you can pay yourself and leave a runner. Because we don't know. This thing could really crap the bed in the next hour. We just do not know. Oh. I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to trade Astro Fund. There's a company out there. Let me bring it up. I'm not promoting it. I don't even know if they're legitimate. Hope they are. I'm pretty sure they're legitimate. This company right here, this company right here, it's called Astro Fund. I don't know if anybody's tried them before. Astro Fund, skip the evaluation. Stop paying to prove you can trade. Astro Fund gives traders instant sim funding accounts with simple risk rules and real payouts. Trade, perform, get paid. Here's the thing: if you don't have a trading strategy, this is not for you. If you're not a consistent trader, this is not for you. If you are a full port gambling degenerate, this is not for you. Okay. I got the gravity. Now you can get it for like a buck 12 if you come down here and do the copy on this new to Astro Fund, get yourself 55% off and pay yourself a buck 12 on the gravity plan. That's what I did. Okay. Uh, and here's the thing. The profit milestone is 1,500. The milestone payout is 1,000 plus a free reset. Okay, that's pretty good. I kind of like that. I guess that means you can take $1,000 and get a free reset. I don't know. Allocation 1 mini or 10 micros. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Don't be slinging around a mini, man, just do like three to five micros and build up a buffer and build your account up. End of the day drawdowns $800. Daily limit, hard breach, 500. Okay. Get yourself a few $100 and move on. Consistency rule is 30. New accounts is 2. No subscription. You just pay the buck 12 and you start trading. This is only for traders that have a plan that is consistent, that has some self discipline. Okay. But at least you don't have to friggin' worry about passing evals and then getting $3,000 in a funded account and then getting more to a payout. You know, if you are consistent, this is probably good for you. Okay. Because what you can do is you can start getting yourself payout once you get yourself paid out pretty good on this. Once you get yourself paid out on that, then go ahead and move to a personal account. Do what I do: trade evals and personal account. Okay, when you trade a personal account, my money, my rules. Okay, you don't have to deal with the BS that I've been dealing with this week with Bullnox that always try to screw with me when I try to get my funded accounts good. Come on, man, I get tired of this shit. I don't know if this is a good company. I don't know if they're legit. I'll tell you later when I get a payout, but AstroFund, they seem pretty cool. I'm in their Discord. They seem pretty cool. No subscription, which was pretty nice. A buck 12 if you come down here and do the new to AstroFund code. This seems pretty decent, but you really got to be self disciplined because these are some pretty hard rules. Uh, I mean, these are pretty hard rules. 1 mini, 10 micros, 800 end of day, draw down 800. You really, and then a daily limit, hard breach of $500. Don't go over 500. Okay. Get yourself $300. Be consistent. Do that. Okay. I mean, this is not for everybody. This is only for consistent traders. But if you're consistent, you don't have to deal with the BS of these prop firms and you're not trading your personal account, I guess. Uh, but I'll let you know. Oh man, look at this. We got some more trap buyers. What you doing there, mother lovers? What you doing there, boys? Market's been going up for friggin' days, and you keep buying. Yeah, you're eventually gonna get caught with your pants down. Eventually gonna get caught with your pants down there. Okay, this 125 up here got caught with the pants down. We got some buyers. Hope people took some profits up in here. We bounced up in here. You should have moved yourself to a break even up here. You didn't get it, and then you got a buyer up here. Then you got these buyers right here. Boom, and we closed below it. Are they going to get trapped? Okay, if if you start trading above this area right here, 403, you really need to just cut the profits, but you're leaving the runner in case we break this area and we just keep running down. Hope that makes sense. The main thing is just keep it simple. And you don't need level 2. You don't need these little heat map things. I just wanted to develop that because I thought it was pretty cool. Somebody told me the other day that they like this better than Bookmap. I don't know. You tell me. Bookmap's a really good company, pretty decent. They're just taking the same data that we've had for years and just doing it in a different presentation style. That's all. That's all it is. Are you going to get with your pants down? You're going to get caught with your pants down there, Mister One. I don't know how much were you? 141 51s. We got 47 single order. We got 25 contracts single order. Ooh, look like they're gonna get caught with their pants down. In queue. What you gonna do? In queue. What you gonna do? Boy, these buyers, boy, they trying, ain't they? They trying. You've been running this crap up for days. You little greedy freakazoids. Give the shorts a chance. You little greedy freaks. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. Don't be a pig. Take your profits. Move to a break even. Don't be a pig. Don't be a pig. And if you're telling me, but I like being a pig, well, then get slaughtered. I don't care. any other firms similar to Astro Fund? Yeah, there's another one, but I tried to get in on it, and I got screwed. Uh, Astro Fund seems like a pretty cool company. I'm gonna trade them tomorrow and see what it's like. I'm gonna try to get a payout with them and see what they're like. Uh, they use DX feed, so I got to use the Quantower DOM. I'm using the Quantower DOM for order executions. If you, I needed to contact Ninja Trader. I can't figure out. You see what I'm talking about with the pants down, and the buyers are getting caught with their pants down. You know what I'm saying? They're getting caught with their pants down. NQ's finally shit in the bed. Uh, there's another company out there that's even crazier than that. 230. I haven't found other companies quite like Astrofund that I find legitimate enough. We have some buyers right up in here. Boy, they're getting caught, ain't they? But you got to look at the delta. Is the delta going to start shifting? Well, you got negative 196, 85, 134, 600. Boy, that 600 was bad. And boy, them buyers got caught. Look at them buyers got caught. We closed below it on the 2 minute. Now you picked up yourself about 20 points. You need to be moving and selling some, move to a break even. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel some off. Don't be a pig because pigs get slaughtered. Monkeys get to eat bananas. I like that. I just came up with that saying. I'm going to say that from now on. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. Peel some off. Don't be a pig because they get slaughtered. Monkeys get to eat bananas. Yeah, that's my new saying. Uh, yeah, seriously, I'd be thinking, I'd be seriously thinking if I got in here and I didn't take me some profits on these wicks right here. We got 347 delta, and we closed up here with a little bit of a wicker right here, and then all of a sudden you got a little delta shift of about 330 right there, delta neutral, boom. And if you got in here, boom, better, bet you, now you're back to a break even. Bet you wish you took that banana now. Uh huh. Uh huh. Don't be a pig. They get slaughtered. The pigs are getting ready to get slaughtered right now. If you like eating lechin, it's about ready to be served. Lechin. They do that in the Philippines. And Filipinos love to eat themselves some pig. I was born and raised in Virginia in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so I love eating me some pig too. Yep, your lechin is about ready to get served. Them pigs are getting slaughtered now. Look at them. Look at them. The pigs are going to get slaughtered. Ooh. 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 Big old fat pig got slaughtered. Trap buyers, you should have taken your profits when you saw these wicks. You should have gotten yourself about 10 points, but no, you want to be a pig and try to get 50, 100 because you're a full quarter degenerate. Yeah. Ooh. And now you're probably wishing, well, come on back to my break even. I promise I'll get out. Come on, NQ, give me a break. I promise I'll get out. I won't do this again. And guess what happens next week? You do the same damn thing. You do the same damn thing. if you sit here and listen to my crazy butt for a couple weeks, you'll eventually get the hang of this, and you'll see this, and you'll eventually get the hang of it, and then you ain't gotta listen to me. You can just sit you can just sit there with your computer with your headphones and listen to some music and play some music like I did, not have to worry about a thing, but just take you a little bit of money here and there, listen to some music, be done in the morning, go home, do your thing, hang out with the wife and kid, go out to the park or something. I don't know. All I know is them pigs are getting served right now. All right. Why ain't you Oh, because I'm in the drawing tool. Boy, I need to figure that out, don't I? Uh-huh. Boy, them pigs are gonna get slaughtered now. Look at them mother lovers. Now, okay. So now it's time for the buyers to take control, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it ain't. Okay. Got yourself a little bit of money here on that 5 minute. You had that 125 way up there. See that 125 up there? Yep, you got yourself about 30 points on that run right there. Market likes to run down. It likes to find value right here, kind of a little auction around, kind of sold off a little bit more. And now we're just going right back up. Oh, now we got some sellers that kind of wish they would have taken their profits. Here's the thing. This is not like futures trading. If you're new to futures trading and you don't know this is something that you have to really understand. Futures is not like stocks. Stocks, you have a pool of shares. Futures, when you buy a contract, somebody else sells you that contract. So if you make money, someone's losing money. This is a zero sum game. Futures is a zero sum game. We don't have a pool of contracts like a pool of shares for stocks. Okay. This is a zero sum game. And you have to understand it's a zero sum game, not only to us retail traders, which we are only about 5% of the volume of the futures market. This is a zero sum game for Citadel, BlackRock, Goldman, whoever and whatever institution market maker is doing in the futures market. They understand it's a zero sum game. You make money, you lose money. Okay, one side makes it, the other side loses it, and they understand that. This right here was the big telling tale that if you got in here, you see that 98, you need to peel yourself some off. You see this wick right here with this 347 negative delta, and then all of a sudden you see a delta neutral, you need to get the heck out. Especially in the type of political environment we're in right now with what's going on in the Middle East. That's why I'm not leaving a whole lot of runners on is because, man, you just can't because you don't know what the heck's going to happen. I was slinging 3 minis around one day and took profit, and got my butt slaughtered. Within 2 days, I got slaughtered on a stock market that blew right past it and finally got me out because I got caught up in news. I got slaughtered. Your boy got slaughtered like a pig. I wasn't trying to be a pig. I got slaughtered. That's why I'm like, nope, I'm full in, full out. I, I, I'm leaving some runners in there, but even then, when they run a little bit more, I just take it. I'm like, I'm done. See what I said? Now it's the buyer's turn, or it's the seller's turn to get caught. Who knows? All I know is that them 50 contracts was a little too much for a 2-minute chart. But yeah, it was a little too less for a 2-minute chart. So I had to go 75. I could probably possibly even go to 100, man. On a 2-minute chart, I could probably take this 5 minute to a 15 minute. To be quite honest, large volume. Let's go to 100. Okay, let's go to 100. Boom, there we go. So 100, seems pretty nice. I guess this seems pretty nice. Yeah. This 5 minute needs to be a 15 minute. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe because this market's a little wacky, a little wacky. Uh, we're in a nice balanced day though. Uh, market's a little wacky. I'll do a 15 minute right here. Let me know because right now I got live pulse, range bars, tick bars, 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Do you want a 30 minute? Because eventually, if I get enough support for this add-on, I'm just going to start creating me just regular charts, kind of like how Ninja Trader does the regular candlestick charts. I'm just going to create me some of those so you can have like a 30 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, things like that. Uh, Also, I'm working with Rhythmic about getting I'm already in their system on their test environment. Uh, if I can get enough support for the Ninja Trader add-on, I would actually uh, consider about creating my own order flow trading platform. Uh, it will take a while, and the whole thing is I would have to keep supporting Ninja Trader add-on, which I always will. But it might be a little bit too much for me to work on because I would have to get a vendor ID with Rhythmic so I could be approved with any broker that uses Rhythmic. 227 buyers they just kicked in. Yep, them sellers got caught, didn't they? Just like the buyers got caught. Kind of crazy today, man. Okay, a little crazy today. A little crazy today. Had a nice big sell candle. Had them buyers come in here. We closed below it. Kind of ran down. The delta started shifting right here on this candle right here. So you need to start cutting the trade. Take a little bit of profits. You get some sellers right up here. Okay. I can't see where we closed on this one. Oh well. Maybe it closed right here. I don't know. But we had these sellers right here and we closed right here. Okay. So that's pretty good. Maybe you take a stab right here, put your stop down here. I mean, that right there is a 20-point stop, and maybe you can run up here for about 80 points. I have no idea. All I know is if you did do that and you're up in this area, you need to be moving to a break even to protect your capital. That's all you need to do. Protect your capital. Don't care if it's an eval or a funded account because if you don't protect your capital, what the hell you got to trade with? Nothing. Here's a thing that what a lot of people don't understand is that these prop firms play mental games with you. They say it's a $50,000 account when it's really not a $50,000 account because your blow up is 2,500. So you're really trading a $2,500 account. So why are you slinging around 5 minis is beyond me. What you need to be doing is trading 2 or 3 micros and build a buffer, and then trade five micros, build more of a buffer, and then you can start slinging around 10 minis and sell half, move to a break even. Like I always say, sell half and move to a break even. Okay. The market is starting to move late afternoon after I don't want to give back my profit. Yeah. So the free license is good till tomorrow. After that, 30-day money back guarantee. Buy it, try it for 30 days. If you don't like it, send me a support email, support@orderflowbars.com. Tell me I don't like your stuff. I want my money back. I'll be like, okay, let me log right on in and refund your money. Let me go to stripe.com and refund your money. No questions asked. Although it would be nice to let me know. So I don't like it because of this. I don't like it because I think you are a crazy redneck on YouTube. I mean, just tell me why. Tell me why. Maybe you would want a refund because you found out I drive a Ford F-150 truck and you're a Chevy man. I have no idea. Or I drive a Ford truck and you don't like it because of the big gas guzzler. I don't know why. I drive a truck because I'm living up in the Northeast in Pennsylvania, and I drive a truck because I need to get up in the mountains to go trout fishing. We got some good native streams up here. But yeah, the free license is good till Friday. Also, $95 is going to be to the end of this month. After that, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, that's like $8 a month for people. If you want to support the project, support it. It's like $8 a month. Okay, maybe you can listen to me and learn a little bit, make a little bit of money. Uh, After that, I've been thinking about just going to a monthly, like 14.95 a month, and I would have to rewrite the code and for the website, which is not a problem. I wrote it in Rust, which is pretty nice language. I like Rust. Um, what I was thinking about is just having like a 7-day trial. After like next month, have like a 7-day trial. Uh, Then you can go to a monthly if you want. That's what I've been thinking about. I don't know. Uh, I mean, quite a few people have signed up. I guess using it. I don't know how many people are going to support it when the free trial runs out, but I have no idea. What I do know is we had a little micro pullback. And it looks like we're going to keep climbing up to the point of control. Who knows? All I do know is if you got in right here on the close with these sellers getting caught down here and you got in on the close here and you were hoping that these would get caught as well, and you're up in this area, what I do know is I'm hitting the wrong key. What I do know is you are up 20 points, and I have no stinking idea why you ain't at least moving to a break even to protect your capital. You know? Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel some off. Don't get slaughtered like a pig. Pigs get eaten. Monkeys get to eat. They get to eat bananas. Do 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 do. And here's another thing. Here is a stinking another thing. Maybe you got yourself an eval. Maybe you got yourself an eval, and you're like, all right, man, I'm gonna sling me some minis and pass this daggone thing. No, that's not how you want to be doing it, unless you know what the heck you're doing. Okay. If you're new to this game, to this financial instrument trading game, if you're new to the game, what you need to do is get yourself a cheap eval from Apex, Bullnox, whatever. Try to get you 80, 90% off, whatever. Okay? Sling around one micro. Look at the mini. Look at the NQM6, NQ June contract. Look at the NQM6. Make sure the charts are on the minis because you need to know what the big dogs are doing. Okay, they don't give a crap about the micros. Okay, but you need to understand what's going on. Okay, and then have an execution window. Maybe you're trading uh, maybe you're like me. Maybe you have downsized and you're trading micros and you're not trading 2, 3 minis. Okay. Uh, and you come in here and you put in ticker for the micro and choose your account and you take this and you throw it over to the next side. Okay. And you trade micros and you look at the minis, but you execute on the micros. That's perfectly fine. But what you need to do is you need to just sling around one micro, do about 50 trades, and I promise you, you will learn something. You'll either learn something about trading or you'll learn something about yourself. Yep. That is what you should do. Get yourself a cheap eval, Apex, Bullnox, whatever. Um, Trade one micro 50 times. Do 50 trades. You will learn a lot. Because here's the thing. If you buy a cheap eval, let's say you buy a cheap eval, okay, 80, 90% off. You buy a cheap eval, you sling around one micro, okay? Order execution window on a micro, look at the charts on the minutes, okay? They mirror each other, but you're trading a tenth of the size. You do 50 trades, you will learn a heck of a lot with those 50 trades, okay? Maybe you lose a little bit, who knows? I mean, I mean, if you lose, I mean, you blow up $2,500 trading one micro, you got there on 50 trades, you got some serious issues. Okay, you really need to know where your stops are. But what this will do for you is it will teach you 50 trades will teach you a heck of a lot about the trading strategy you're trying to trade, and also will teach you a heck of a lot about yourself. Okay, because here's the thing: let's say you take one micro, you trade it 50 trades, and you're like, okay, I'm break even or a little bit of loss. Okay, that's fine. Do another 50 trades. Before you know it, eventually, if you're good, you will be consistent. Now, let's say you can take that one micro and you can consistently make 25, $50 a day. Let's say $50 a day. Okay. Maybe you build yourself a buffer. Maybe start trading two micros. Okay. Because two micros, you get about 10, 15 points. You sell one, you move the other one to a break even, try to get yourself a run. Maybe you're slinging two micros. And then You make yourself on average about $30 to $50 a day. Okay. There's absolutely no reason, let's say you've taken 100 trades after that. Okay. You've taken 100 trades and you're consistently doing $30 to $50 a day. There's absolutely no reason why you can't trade 10 micros and make $200-300 a day. There's absolutely no reason. You just need. Here's the thing. I've been trading for 10 years. I traded before the fake prop firms came out, and I've traded before micros came out. I wish micros were there when I first started trading. Uh, when I first started trading, I traded the ES. And the reason I picked the ES is because the NQ is so volatile and it moves quickly, and it's a thinly traded market. I traded the ES because it's less volatile than the NQ, and it's a thickly traded market. So, and I understood. Eventually, I understood. I'm like, wait a minute. I need to be able to preserve my capital. I need capital preservation. I can't let these my stops get out of control or not adhere to my stops. And after blowing about $6,000-8,000, putting in $2,000-3,000 on a personal account and blowing a bunch of them, I finally realized, I'm like, wait a minute, I really got to figure this out. And that's what I did. I just traded, and then I can't remember the book I read, but Tom Hogarth or something like that. 50 trades. Just get a strategy, do 50 trades, journal it. Did you adhere to your profit targets? Did you adhere to your stops? Emotionally, how were you? You know, out of those 50 trades, you're going to learn a lot about the market and about yourself. And if you can make $30-50 off of a couple micros on average a day, there ain't nothing stopping you, man. There ain't nothing stopping you. Only yourself. Only yourself. We're coming down here. We got about 40 on the bid at four and a quarter. It's like 3 o'clock. I don't trade power hour. I try to stop at 2 o'clock because statistically, that's where I'll start losing my money. Most of my money is either made or lost in the morning, first 2-3 hours. After that, it's kind of like a gimme. If I make money, I might keep trading into late afternoon, but I'll less my size. I'll cut my size in half, and then I won't let it get out of control. Like today, I was up. I started trading into late afternoon, and took tried it 3 times, couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Started giving some money back, and then I'm like, nope, I'm not giving it all back. Not even half of it. So I'm done. The market didn't take it from me. I gave some of that back to the market. I gave it back to the market. So I just shut down the execution terminal. 'Cause I know tomorrow I can come in. I mean, before all this controversy started in the Middle East, I mean, I could be making like $500,000 a day on average. I mean, those were some nice times. And I was trading range bars, stacked and balanced range bars. Take a 40 range bar, get a stacked and balanced with a large buyer behind you on the same bar. Boy, yep, bam, get yourself 10 points. Sell one, move to a break even, let that runner work for you. Got about 60 sitting on the offer at 432. The live pulse, you're going to need level 2 data to get all this, but if you're new, don't even worry about level 2 data. It's not needed. It's a nice to have. It's not needed. I mean, I got my handful of funded accounts, not even trading with level 2. Just trading stacked imbalances with the large buyers, and that's it. Wonder how the 1 minute, the 1 minute is a little uh, aggressive. What do I have? Tick margin balance set to 4 to 3. All right, let's see what that's like. Oh, wait a minute. I need to change the show delta to candle only. Okay. Removes the delta down to the bottom and only shows it on the top of the candle. So I like keeping my eyes focused on the candle, not looking down below and then realizing that it's doing something. Um, yeah. See, here's something that you can look for in a 1 minute. You can look on all time frames. You have a run up. You have 2 3 bar pullback. You have 56 negative delta, 148 negative delta, then delta neutral with the little inside bar. You get in on the break of that, and you just come up here, and then you take yourself about 8 10 points off of that. Do that. You do that a couple of times during the day, and you're good to go. Uh, yeah. The 1 minute is a little fast. You got to understand when you're trading a 1 minute, same thing here. You have a move up, you have 2 3 bar pullback. You had a pullback. That was a positive 190 delta and basically a spinning top. Then you had this bar right here. You can get in on the break of that bar right there. Come up here and get yourself about 10 points. Okay. That's $200 300 a day. Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before you really get it. Okay. Same thing with this one. Look at the low right there. Look at the high right here. We ran up. The moving average is sloping upwards. We have an inside spinning top right here. Did not break the low of the previous. Did not break the high of the previous. On this bar right here, you get on the break of that. Maybe you put your stop down here. Put your stop down there for about 10 points, and you ran for about 10 points. Okay, that's another 200. So that's about $400 or $500 right there. I mean, on a micro, that's about, you know, 30 to $50 a day. Okay, then you're talking. Then you're talking. Okay, make sure you look at the 5 minute right here. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards. We're in the green bar, so start taking trades this, like this. Only when the 5 minute, only when the 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards and you're in the green bar. 5 minute green bar. You're not you're not looking to get a move from here to here, picking the bottom and selling the top for 80 points. But are you good enough to get 10, 15 points and maybe 30 points and make yourself like $600 for the day? Yes, you can be that good just by getting your base hits. Yes, you can be that good. You don't need to be swinging for the fences the whole time. Let your runners do that for you. Let your runners do that for you. Start looking at a volume candle, okay? Start looking at volume candles, okay? We had it run up. We had a little pullback here. We had 65 negative delta. We closed above. We have the big selling volume was down at the bottom, not at the top. You start breaking this, you start running up, okay? You got a wick right here. Okay, you had big volume right there. You started losing. You might want to take some profits when you start seeing something like this. Maybe you want to get out. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're in right here. Maybe you take some profits up in this area. You have a pullback right here, 148 negative delta. You see that inside bar right there. Okay, maybe you add to your position and your cost average is here. Add to your winners, cut your losers. So now we're looking at a 1 minute. Also, here's another thing. Um, People don't, let's say you want to get on the break here. Most people put their stops at the previous low. Okay. What about this? Think of it this way. Think of it as we're moving up on the moving average. The Heiken-Aschke smoothed out with the 9 exponential moving average. You have 106 buyers right there. We closed right here. Let's say you get on the break of that because that's 317 positive delta. You get in on the break of that. Where would you put your stop? Most people would put it down here. Why not enter here and put your stop at the low of the current candle? Because when you're breaking this, more than likely you're breaking with volume and you're looking at the volume. Okay. You got a tight stop of about 7 points and you made about 7, 8 points. That's an easy 1 for 1. And then um, maybe you get a runner. Okay. Right here. You might have gotten wicked out. You might not. Who knows? But think of it that way. I used to scalp like that a lot. Break of this because we have nice green volume, big positive delta. I get on the break. If I lose this area, I'm cutting my trade. I'm cutting my trade right here. I'm taking profits up in this area. And some people will be like, well, that's not a 2 to 1. That's not a 3 to 1. But guess what? How about if you're 60 to 70% accurate like I am and you make, how about you're 60 to 70% accurate and you start passing evals like that? Do you really care about your 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1? You had a selling balance up here on the 1 minute. You got 82 sellers. You got 77. You got about 80 sellers right there. So you got a lot of sellers up in here. But the problem is look at the 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards, and we're still above it. Plus, also on the 5 minute, you got to understand on the 5 minute, these buyers right here, they could have a financial interest in that area. That's 240 negative delta. You got 25 sitting on the bid right there, 435. That ain't very much. About 30 sitting on the bids up here. Uh, yeah, now we got the bit rate. Stinking internet. Upload speed. I mean, my download's fine. It's just my upload they cap me. I don't, like, whatever. Well, it's not too bad. I don't know why YouTube's complaining. Upload ain't that bad. I don't know why you complaining, YouTube. That 108 buyer. This is where people can get in trouble. You have a 108 buyer. We closed below it. We got all these sellers right here. But what you don't understand is you've got the moving average. We're still above that moving average, and that moving average is sloping upwards. And you've got these buyers right here. And you've got these buyers right here. Okay. This is an area where you just want to stay out of. Okay. Just stay out of trades right here. Okay. Stay out of trades right here. Where do you want to get into trades? You kind of move up and you're kind of shifting down. You got a nice big red candle there, and then you close below this one. Yeah, something like that because the moving average is kind of rolling over. Even though you got a sell and bounce right here and a sell and bounce right there, yeah, that's pretty enticing. But look at this. We're just chopping around. You want to stay out of chop. Stay out of chop. Here, let me take this over to a solid candle. Stay out of chop. Plus, it's 3 o'clock. I just don't trade. The first 5 to 10 minutes of the morning, you just got to sit and wait. And then start taking trades in the morning. Yeah. Oh wow. Uh, yeah, we're just slopping around. We just slopping around. Yep, we just slopping around. Here, let me bring up a little heat mapper. You know, I mean, this right here, let me go to Sim 101. Let me enable chart trader. Some people might have seen this, they might not have. If you left click, you can get into the market. You can left click again. It kind of updates it and you can grab your stop right here. You can't put it up top. Invalid stop would execute. You can't do that. Let's say you move it down here. There's your stop. Okay. If you want to cancel it, cancel it. If you move your stop down here, and let's say you want to adjust it and you put it down here, it cancels the other one and puts that one up there. Okay. Same thing with your profit. Let's say your profit's here. Let's say you want to put it way up here. It cancels it, puts it up there. So that's kind of like this is what the chart trader is like. It needs to be better, and it will get better. You gonna stop me out? Come on, man. I guess not. Okay, but if it would have hit the stop, it just cancels all the other orders. Okay, so it just cancels all the other orders. Here, let's see if we can't get this to do that. Yep. See, there we go. So now it just closes everything out. This is the chart trader. You got to have it enabled. Okay, you got to have it enabled. But this is the chart trader. That's the chart trader, folks. That is the chart trader. Um, I think that's about it. Oh no. Here, let me look. If you control left click, it puts your order down here. If you control right click, it puts your stop up and puts your unless you do this, then you have to close that out. If you control left click, it does that. Uh, let's say you cancel this one out. Let's say I go into let me close this one out. Let's say I go into two contracts. I can control right click again because I'm in two contracts. If I try to control right click again, cannot allocate boom, 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 right there. You get a little message, can't allocate one, only one available for. So it won't let you put in three uh, take profits because you're only in two contracts. Okay, it won't allow you to put in three. Uh, and that's about it. It's a very simple chart trader just to get people going for right now. It's a very simple one just to get people going. And then you have your X button, just flatten everything. But that is the chart trader. That's the chart trader. And the chart trader is on all of the order flow policies. CT for chart trader, HK for hotkeys. Same thing on the 5 minute, blah, blah, whichever one you choose. Or you could just do the order entry, or you can do OFE entry box right here. You can click on hotkeys and hotkeys enabled. And there you go. You're good to go. But that's it in a nutshell. Uh, you see how I said this right here was not a trapped buyer, even though it would close below there. We're just basically consolidating. But also, you got to think where you are in a 5 minute. 5 minute was sloping upwards, and also you got all these buyers up in here, okay, in the 5 minute. So you just can't just be tunnel vision into your lower time frame chart. You got to look at a higher context and where the large players are. And what I added in this version, you have show delta. You can either do it at the bottom, the candle, both, or actually none. If you don't want to show no delta, there's no delta. Just go off the bubbles and just be a bubble trader. You got the sell and bounce right here. You got the sell and bounce right here that goes out five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars. If any one of these bars trade up above it, it cuts it off. It only shows it right there where it cut off. So that's it. Now, I did look into developing my own trading platform and to be cross-platform from Windows and Mac. And there is one thing that actually is really nice. There's a company called Avalonia UI. This company right here. This is really nice, the future of .NET UI, because C Sharp is pretty decent language. It runs on Windows, Mac, Linux, WebAssembly, Android, iOS, a cross-platform UI framework built on .NET. Okay, this is something that I would be interested in if I go into the realm of developing my own trading platform. Uh, that is something I'd be seriously interested in. Uh, And the good thing is that it doesn't use DirectX 9. DirectX 9, that's what NinjaTrader uses with their stuff, and Windows Presentation Foundation. I mean, it's pretty solid, but the performance can be better. And that with that Avalonia UI, that is actually the performance would be even better. So, also, what I really need to do is I need to refactor this right here. Okay. This right here needs to be refactored. Let me close this out. It just needs to be refactored because it's not using pre-rendered bitmaps in your GPU, your graphics card. Also, if you want to look at show level 2 data, you can do show level 2 data and you hit save and apply. And this shows the level 2 data. Now you got your bid and ask right up in here. You got your heat map right there. If you don't want to show the heat map, come down here at the bottom left, show hide heat map, uncheck that. Now you only got this area right here, which is actually kind of nice, to be honest. Okay, got about 40 sitting on the bed at 435. So that is pretty nice. And when you do that, uh, the window is able to be moved around pretty gracefully. Uh, that heat map takes up a lot of resources. That's why I would like to refactor it using pre-rendered bitmaps because I can get the performance about 50% better, to be honest. if I go that route. All right. All righty. All righty. It's like 3:30. I mean, it's just been a nice balanced day. If we look at 5 minutes throughout the whole day, I mean, it's just been a nice balanced day. We came down here, and we kind of closed. We're just doing all the volume right up in this area. It's just nice balanced day. And I mean, if you look at if you look at a profile page, it's basic. You can basically see that. We do 15 minutes. Let's look at a 5 minute. Let's do 64 for the rows. Yeah, see right here, just nice big balanced day right there. That's all that is. That's all that is. Nice big balanced day. And look at all these crazy wicks. Wick on the bottom, wick on the top, wick top bottom. It's just craziness. That's why I said this 108 buyer was not trapped because the 5 minute was sloping upwards. Plus, you had all those them buyers on the 5 minute above that moving average right there. That's not good. If you're trying to get a trapped buyer to go short on a 1 minute, you got to look at that higher time frame. Where are you at? Where I'm at on the higher time frame is I need to get rid of. I only want to short on the bottom. I only want to show the delta on the bottom on the 5 minute. That's where I'm at. Tomorrow's last day for the free license key. Tomorrow's last day for the free license key. At the end of the month, I'm going to be going probably to a monthly. Uh, It'll be interesting tomorrow to see where we're at. Yeah, tomorrow will be very interesting to see where we're at because today we're just in a big balanced day. I mean, I'm green for the day. I can't complain about that. I mean, I was up 25 points and I gave a few back and then I had to cut it. I had to shut it down because I don't want to keep going, keep losing. So I mean, I was up 25 points. I gave some back and then you got to walk away. Right here, you got 94 delta. We got to close above that. I mean, this right here is really nice. I closed above that with 94 delta, 101 uh, contracts within microseconds. The moving average was kind of sloping upwards a little bit. The 5 minute is moving up too. But the thing is, what you have to understand is when you get in here and you get it and you get up here like this and you see 83 sellers, you gotta move to a break even, just protect the capital, maybe peel some off a little bit, maybe you get up in here, you get yourself 5 points, peel some off, at least pay yourself $100 and move to a break even. Okay. I mean, you might get lucky and get a pop up there. You might not. It's like 3:30, so you gotta expect not much, to be quite honest. I mean, give it a stab. Maybe you break that and come up into here, up into this area. About 25 points. You just don't know. What I do know is that's a big, huge doji candle. That's a big, huge doji. That's what I do know. Uh, so yeah, I'd give that a try. 111 buyers within microseconds and you close above it. When you break it up on, and you're breaking this area right here, and moving average is sloping upwards. Yeah, take that break. You got a little bit of absorption up in this area. You got the 83 sellers. You need to just cut the trade. At least cut it, move to a break even. You got stopped out. Okay. Who cares? You, you can always get back in. Okay. You can always get back in. Or maybe you want to wait for a break and then a pullback and a retest and then go for a run. You know, don't worry about missing trades. Okay. Worry about having enough capital to keep trading. That even goes for evals. I mean, $2,500, you blow an eval, you're done. So, I mean, $2,500 is your blow up level divided by 20. That's 125 points, folks. That's 125 points. Okay. Well, they aggressively reclaimed that aggressively. You That's a lot of delta if you try to take a stab at that if you try to take a stab at that, you need for it to hold, okay, because you're looking oh, come on. You gotta look at these offers and make sure that they're being pulled. There's no large offers up there. See what I'm talking about getting back in? You can always get back in. Maybe you took some off again. Who knows? All I know is that it's about 3:36, and I don't trade last hour. I stopped trading around 2 o'clock, to be quite honest. I really don't want to do that. I mean, late afternoon. Well, you saw earlier where I started giving money back, uh, and I give back too much. I just closed it out. I mean, maybe you gave it a stab here. You get stuff about 3 points. Take another stabs, 5, 6 points. The last hour was really hard. At least it is for me. Yeah, that 104. Look at that. Do 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 do. Look at that whip. Whip. They just push her right back down. Oh well. Oh boy. Almost fell asleep. It's been kind of boring, man. 2:30 past hours has been boring. It's been a little bit of boring. I had a little action up in here, but that's about it. I don't even know where did we get that action at? Yeah. Do. I don't know. It's just been kind of boring. It's been kind of boring. Ain't much going on. It's what happens, man. Oh, we got buy and balance. You got to buy and balance. You got to buy and balance with a little bit of a delta right up in there. You got about 40 sitting on the offer right up in here though. About 50 right there right on top of it. Starting to eat it away a little bit. You got a little buy and balance right there. Where are we gonna close? Where are we gonna close? Nope. That's a no go. That's a no go on that one. You got about 60 up on the offer, about 510, about 60 up there, right up here, a big old that right up there. Um, yeah, we had a nice buy and bounce about halfway. I was thinking we could get it closed above that, and the delta was pretty big, but they just kind of wicked it right back down. So that's a little, I mean, it's 345. You got to be careful because, I mean, it's 343. You got to be careful about the 350 algos kicking in. So you got to be careful with that. You should have made your money this morning, be done. Should have made your money this morning. What kind of volume are we doing, man? I need to be looking at this, to be quite honest. What kind of daily volume we looking? Hmm. Yeah. So I mean, the volume is about right there. So if you look at this, the volume, even in Nasdaq volume and open interest, the volume is right up in here. I mean, the volume on the 15th, 500,000, 478. Yeah, so we're kind of like right there in the middle. Okay, the volume is halfway decent. The volume is halfway decent. So that's not too bad. Well, that 103 tried to wick it down and it closed right at it. I just can't take a trade like that. Not at 346. I cannot do that. Not at 346. I mean, look what we've done all day. Look at all these buyers. Look at all those buyers. You got a seller right there, a seller right there, but look at all these buyers. You got a seller right there, and look at all those buyers. Okay, you had a lot of sellers right in here to try to push it down, but they did not get rewarded. And I thought for sure that we'd have a big squeeze up to here, but we didn't. We've just been in a nice balanced day. This is what it's going. This is what it looks like on the profile. Whoops. Let me go back here. That's what it looks like on the profile. Boom. That's what the volume looks like. Nice balanced day. That's what that looks like on the profile. Um, I'm on version 1.2.4. You can download that because right now you see the buy imbalance and then sell imbalances. I've extended them outward so you can see them better. Okay. I mean, that is all we've been doing. There's a lot of buyers, and this reminds me, I gotta update the histogram. Okay. When you do the histogram, the large volume histogram, yeah, I need to do the large volume histogram. Uh, large volume profile. I'm sorry. Large volume profile. Do, do, do. I need to update this. Okay, I need to update it to actually show the actual volume right here. Um, yeah, I've got this volume profile tick mark. It's probably the 8, I bet. No, it's the here. Let's just go to 1 and see what that's like. You see, when it's set to 1, that's what it looks like. I usually tick merge it. I usually tick merge it because I really don't want to see all that. I usually tick merge it to volume profile, tick merge to 4. That's what I normally tick merge it to. But we are not doing very much. Like I said, you've got a 193 seller, 43 of it single order. We closed right here. It's hard to buy this, especially at 350 right now when the algo is getting ready to kick in. Plus, you got a wick right here that I don't like. If you got, yeah, I mean, we had some good trades today. We had some good trades. I I walked away green. Uh, The last 3 trades I did, I gave a little bit back, like 2, 3 points, because I was getting all I was trying to get that breakout, and it wouldn't break, and then I'd cut it, go for it again, cut it, go for it again, cut it, and I was like, "Screw this, I'm done." I just closed out the terminal because I ended up giving, like, I don't know, like 8 points back or something like that, 5, 8 points back, I don't know. I was up 25 points, and then I gave some I think I'm only up, 18 points, so I'm like, "You know what? Get this, I'm done. I'm taking my winner today, moving on." So that's what you got to do. Uh, yeah, like this right here. You got a buyer of 106. You got 317 positive. The delta, when you break that high, you can get yourself a quick little scalp for about 8 points. I mean, that's not a problem. Not a problem. 160 bucks is 160. Uh, I mean, you can start taking trades like this. We have a run up, little micro pullback right here. Get in on the break of that and get yourself a nice little run for about 10, 15 points. As long as the moving average right here is sloping upwards on the 1 minute and the 5 minute, you should be good to go. you should be good to go. This is why you don't trade the 350, past 350, get all these crazy wicks. That's why I just don't like trading it. I just don't trade it. Don't like it. I just don't like it. I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 9:15, probably 9:15 to 11:30. Be streaming for about 2 hours. Then after that, I'm going to shut it down. Uh, you can come down here and click on the heat map if you want to show the heat map. You see the heat map? If you want to click on it, show it if you want to. I usually don't do that. 79 sell, 144 negative delta. That is not a trapped seller. That needs to be positive delta. I don't know. No. Mm. Oh, hey, here, let me mute. Alrighty. Okay. Uh, 354. So I think tomorrow I'm going to be trading that Astro Fund. I'm going to be trading that Astro Fund. I really need to figure out how I can. I don't even know if Ninja Trader can connect to DX Speed. I have tried. I have looked. I can't find anything. I just can't find anything. Uh, well, the thing is, can you connect to it to the prop room? That's the thing. Like, I don't even see. You're telling me DXP connection in Ninja Trader, but multi-provider. Yes, I've enabled multi-provider. Choose DX feed from available list and press add. I don't see it. I must be blind as a bat. I don't see it. Come on, man. Give me a break. Oh, I better not do that. I see IQ feed, Ninja Trader. I don't see DX feed. I don't see that crap. do that. Remove that. You got bar chart, Coinbase, Seed Trader, eSignal, external, Forex.com, FXCM, Interactive Brokers, IQ Feed, Kinetic, Ninja Trader, Ninja Trader, Ninja Rhythmic for Ninja Trader Brokerage, and Swab. That's all I see. I mean, I got to do the. I mean, I got Quan Tower. I downloaded Quan Tower, and I guess I'm just going to use their DOM to trade Astro Fund. Uh, I don't see DXB there, brother. What? I just do not. I just do not see DXB. I don't see it. Because this is the broker I'm going to be trading tomorrow. Is Astro Fund. Skip the evaluation. Skip the evaluation. Okay, that's fine. I got the Gravity for a buck 12 because I got 55% off because I'm new to them, so I used that code right there. Uh, the thing is, profit milestone is 1,500 increments. Okay, every 1,500 you can get a payout. I guess, and there's no subscription, there's no evaluation. It's straight to funded, but there are some rules, and you got to be a consistent, profitable trader to be able to do it. Profit milestone, 1,500 milestone payout, 1,000 plus free reset. Okay. Allocation 1 mini or 10 micros. Don't be slinging around a mini because your end of the day drawdown is $800. You only be slinging around some micros. Plus, your daily limit is hard breach, $500. Okay. There's no little swing for the fences on this one. Okay, you got to be consistent, and the consistency rule is 30%, which is no big problem. Right, no problem with that. Max accounts is 2, no subscription. Okay, so that is really nice right there. Okay, that is really nice. And if this is true, this is a little hard to be trading, but as long as you're consistent, you can get a consistent payout. And the thing is, you don't have to pass an eval, and then for 3,000, then make another 3,000 to be able to get a payout above 3,000. I mean, you got to make $6,000 in these prop runs before you can get a payout. I mean, what the hell is that? At least with this, you can start getting payout. You make 6,000, you get paid 6,000 because they're banking on most people failing, like 95% of most traders do. So yeah, this is Astro Fun. March Madness continues on all accounts. I got the Gravity, but I don't know how to download the deep charts with this because they say they put in deep charts. I don't see where I can download deep charts. Trade with deep charts, depth and liquidity. The Gravity Challenge is powered by DX feeds, powerful with powerful level 2 data. Now they do come down here and they say they're volumetric trading DX feed, US based. So I don't know, man. I mean, that seems like a pretty decent company. Ooh, look at that. That's some craziness, man. 4 o'clock. You get some craziness. All right, I'll be back at it 9:15 tomorrow. Let's see if we can be more consistent. Man, today was better morning than yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, Bull Knocks really screwed me. I think I walked away unscathed with their BS that they were doing. They tried it again today. I couldn't get out of a trade and take my profits, and I had to immediately go to Rhythmic Trader Pro and close it out. Don't know why, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'll be back at tomorrow at 9:15. I'll talk to you then. Make sure you like and subscribe. If you want to support the project, go ahead and support it for a year for the founder fee, the founder price of $95 for a whole year. Uh, Later.